check this. Why would they talk about the judgment that Christ is going to administer? Why would they do that when they don't see no wrong with what anything that goes on here? Same-sex marriages. You go to the Christian church. Love is love. Women dressing out of order. You can't judge me. You putting dope money into the collection tray. God knows your heart. It's nothing that is nothing wrong in the Christian church. Everything is okay in the Christian church. They'll never speak against the judgment of America. They agree with everything that goes on here. They'll never do that.
We're gonna find out tonight what's America plight in the what's her destiny.
Hey, something heavy. Go ahead, ZB.
No, I was gonna say I guarantee somebody dumbass get on here tonight and say America's gonna be lifted off the face of the earth and carried into the upper room.
The upper room. Well, we definitely want to hear from the people. We got Terry on stage. Terry, how you doing today?
I'm doing good, fellas. How y'all doing?
We doing all right. We doing all right. So, the topic of discussion tonight is America in the Bible, and what's her destiny? So, first question: is America in the Bible?
Yes, America is in the Bible. More specifically in some places than in others.
Okay, what do you mean by that? How would you explain to us how America is in the Bible? Where would we go?
Anything in the Bible that's mentioned as Egypt or Babylon is America in the Bible. It's Egypt and Babylon is the dominant world power of the day. So in prophecy, Egypt and Babylon is just mentioned as the dominant world power of the day of prophecy. That being America, and that's more indirectly.
So
Directly,
why would that be a comparison? Egypt and Babylon. Why would that be a comparison to America?
because historically, one nation descends from another. So, depending on who you talk to, Egypt descends from Babylon, or Babylon descends from Egypt, whichever one. Rome descends from Egypt. Then, basically, Rome civilized the Western world. America comes out of Western Europe. So, it's basically just a lineage that you can trace America all the way back to Egypt and Babylon. And that's the indirect quote from the Bible.
Okay, all right. So let me ask you, how long you been doing U Israel?
I was raised Seventh Day Adventist. I am Seventh Day Adventist, but I'm Davidian Seventh Day Adventist. So we believe we descended from the first Jews to start the Christian church.
So Davidian 7-day Adventist. What is that going to?
It's basically Seventh Day Adventists who believe that they are descended from Hebrews, and we are bringing about the second coming of the Davidic kingdom, the kingdom of David.
Okay. So your bloodline goes to Israel? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, my bloodline goes through to Israel through the history of the Christian church.
Okay, you're gonna have to explain that because the history.
Whoa, wait a minute. What?
Yeah, the history of the Christian church did not start with black people. Christians, the disciples were Christians, but the Christian church did not start with black people. So you gotta have to explain that a little bit because Christianity is a religion, and being an Israelite is a bloodline. So how did you come to that conclusion?
So the original Christians are all Jews, point blank, right? We can all agree on that, right? When in the New Testament, when the Jewish Christians are going to convert other Christians, they're going to Jewish communities in pagan countries. So they're only converting Jews, right? Now, they convert as many Jews as they can, and then once they finish, they turn and they started converting the pagans. The first thousands of Christians were Jewish, right? So that being said, once they started converting the pagans, if they were in China, if they were in Rome, if they're in Africa, they started converting the pagans, they mixed with these pagans. So my lineage, me being black, I come from those Jews who went to Africa and converted the Africans to Christianity. The white Jews, some of them, you got Christian whites who have Jewish bloodlines. They are descended from the Jews who went to Europe and converted the Europeans. You got Chinese Christians who are descended, and so on and so. It literally they went everywhere. So every nation on earth not everyone, but every nation has descendants that are descended from the Jewish people
So what
because
you're
of where the
saying
disciples
is
went.
that white Jewish people are in fact Jews because the Jews went to Europe?
No, well, so the Bible, I don't want to say it. So the 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 Bible differentiates types of Jews. The European Jew, I wasn't talking about them. I was talking about so there's some people called the Lombards, right? The Lombards are a certain Christian sect that was attacked by the Catholic Church. They are the descendants of they are one of the descendants of the Jewish people who converted to Christianity. Just one of them. The Jews you guys are talking about, they are descended from the Pharisees. They will tell you they're descended from the Pharisees. They are definitely of the same bloodline as a regular Hebrew. They are just they just didn't accept the Christianity. They are Pharisees, and they can trace their line all the way back to the Pharisees, who are the people who had Jesus killed. Now
Okay,
that's
so you're saying white people can trace their lineage back to the Pharisees that ain't Israel.
yes, not white people, white Jewish people.
What's the difference?
Well, there's pagans. Pagans are just the Romans, the British. They're not Hebrew at all. So you got your
Okay,
regular
I can
pagans.
clarify some things for you. Can I get Deuteronomy the 28th chapter? Because if they're descendants from Pharisees, and the Pharisees were Jews, correct?
Yes, they were Jews.
And that means that the curses in Deuteronomy would have to fit them, correct?
That would be that, yeah. And there's curses all over the Bible, mostly in the
All
New
right.
Testament.
All right. Well, let's see if this curse fits them. Read verse 68.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships.
So we know that Egypt means slavery. You said it in earlier part of your conversation. So God said he would bring the Israelites, which encompass some of the Jews, into slavery again. Read.
With ships.
With ships. Read on.
By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again.
The it there is their homeland, or the land of Israel. So they would not see their homeland again. Read.
And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies.
So when you get to the place that they're going to bring you to on those ships, when you get there, you'll be sold to your enemies for what?
For bondmen and bondwomen.
For slave man and slave woman. Question, Terry. When did that happen to white people?
That happened to the Jewish race around 76 AD. The Romans invaded Jerusalem and sold the Jews they didn't kill into Europe.
Wow.
I'm just letting you know, it also happened to us as black people, but it
Wait
definitely
a minute,
Whoa.
Terry, you're diving away from my point. When did white people go into slavery by way of slave ship and were sold as slaves?
in 76 AD when the
That is
Romans
absolutely
invaded.
So I just want to so who was the Jews that were in Jerusalem in 70 AD when it got destroyed by Titus and Vespasian? Who was those people?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
So it was white people in Jerusalem in 70 AD?
Listen, it's the bloodline. They grabbed those people. They took them. Just if you research where they took them to Europe. So they bred them with the Italians, with the French because Rome controlled all of that.
Okay.
So
Hey,
that
somebody help the
bloodline.
brother. Help the brother out, y'all. Help him out, man.
Absolutely false. Ibuka, get Babylon to Timbuktu. That's absolutely false.
Hey,
You
where his source at? Where your source for what you're saying? Where's your source?
Literally any ancient Roman historian.
Okay, which would be who?
You say what? What was that?
Which would be who?
Tacitus.
Okay,
What's his name?
where did?
Josephus.
Okay,
Josephus is a Jew, and he actually wrote about it.
okay. So where? First of all, when you look at the history of Josephus, he was a puppet that was used by the Romans. He wasn't actually writing down all historical facts accurately.
Why would he lie
That's a
about
known
that?
fact by Josephus. That's a known fact by Josephus. But other than that, you said Tacitus. Where can I read? Give me something that I can read where it says that from his writings. A book, a chapter. Something.
Okay, Tacitus on the Jews. Literally, he has a history of Rome. He only has like one. He has 2 books, I believe.
Okay, which one? Which one? What chapter? What page? Well, I don't want to read the whole book. I just want that particular insert.
Tacitus. So Tacitus is called the Histories, chapter 5. It says it's 5.2 dash 5.
Are you looking at it right now?
Yeah.
Okay, read it for us.
I'm not looking at the book. I just looked up where it is.
You just said you were looking at it right now.
Yeah. I looked up where the actual quote is.
Okay, well, find it and read it for us.
Okay. All right. I mean, all right. Let me see here. It's gonna take a minute for me to actually pull this up.
all right? Well,
you guys
we're
just
gonna
don't want to
read our
research
source.
this? Okay, yeah.
You got it now?
No. Read your source.
Okay, go ahead, read the Bible, Nola, or Babylon.
From Babylon to Timbuktu by Rudolph R. Windsor. Page 80. No, I'm sorry. Page 84. In the year 75 BC, the Roman armies under General Pompey captured Jerusalem.
Read that again.
In the year 65 BC, the Roman armies under General Pompey captured Jerusalem. In 70 AD, General Vespasian and his son, Titus, put an end to the Jewish state with great slaughter.
So, if you're listening, Terry, it said in 70 AD, General Titus and Vespasian, they came into Jerusalem. This is the same thing that you were talking about.
During the period of the military governors of Palestine, many outrages and atrocities were committed against the residue of the people.
Because Christ told them in Luke, hey, if you're in Jerusalem, get out of Jerusalem. Don't stay in Jerusalem. And if you're out of Jerusalem, don't return back into it, because a lot of bad things are going to happen. This is what's being recorded now. Read.
During the period from Pompey to Julius, it has been estimated that over 1 million Jews fled into Africa.
So
fleeing from
a million Jews fled into Africa. You with us, Terry?
100%. Yeah. I agree with this 100%.
Okay, so 1 million Jews fled into Africa. Read on.
Fleeing from Roman persecution and slavery.
So how could they flee into Africa if they were white, hiding among black people?
I never said they were white. I said the
Yes,
ones
you did.
that would I said the ones that were sold into slavery in Europe, bred with, and their DNA eventually became white people.
Nope. I asked you, when did white people go into slavery by way of slave ship? You said 76 AD. This is the same area of time that we're talking about out of a history book.
Yeah,
read on, Ibuka.
The slave markets were full of black Jewish slaves.
Oh, full of what?
The slave markets were full of black Jewish slaves.
The slave markets were full of black Jewish slaves. The same black Jewish slaves that fled out of Rome
Who's your
when the Roman
source?
armies came into it.
Who's your
Rudolph R.
source?
Windsor, Babylon to Timbuktu, page 84. Now let's go into the Bible. Give me Jeremiah 14:2.
Hey Terry, did you find that?
I'm still looking. Don't worry. I'll have it by the time I'm done.
Yeah.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 14, verse 2. Judah mourneth, and the gates thereof languish. They are black unto the ground.
The scriptures say that the Jews are black unto the ground, meaning black just like the ground. The scriptures say that the Jews are black like the ground. And we just read a piece of history that said that the people who fled out of Jerusalem in 70 AD, when the Roman armies came into it, they were also black. Get me Isaiah 29:22.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 29, verse 22.
Because a man named Gamal Abdul Nasser said a very profound statement. He said, "We will never accept the Jewish people because they left black and came back white." Why would he say that? Because the Jews were always black. The Israelites were always black. There is no white person ever that has gone into slavery by way of slave ship and was sold to their enemies. Never. Read that.
Therefore, thus saith the Lord, who redeemed Abraham concerning the house of Jacob. Jacob shall not now be ashamed, neither shall his face now wax pale.
Neither shall Jacob ever be white. So how could the Jews be white? Because they went to Europe. They didn't. They didn't turn white. The Jews became what was known as the Moors or the Byzantine Empire. They weren't white.
The Byzantine Empire literally is Rome. They are white. Literally,
No,
they called
no, no,
themselves
no, no,
Romans.
no, 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 no. Stop. The Byzantine Empire, just like what Noah just said, was also called the Holy Roman Empire. That was ruled by blacks. That was ruled by black Israelites. How do we know? Because Rome, the Edomite Empire, Rome fell in 193 AD. After that time period, it was ruled by black people. They were known as the Holy Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire. They fell in the 1400s and the ushering in of the Renaissance period. So you're wrong on that.
No, the Greeks, Byzantine is literally Greek. It's Greece. Turkey and Greece are right next to each other. That's where
All
they
right,
ruled from.
all
It's
right, all right.
Constantinople. That's literally
Yeah,
named after Constantine.
Yeah, Constantine was black as well. But read Malachi chapter 1, verse 4. And then get Numbers 118, because you were wrong when you said that Jews went to Europe and breeded with the Edomites that were in Rome and that were in Italy and so on and so
I have
forth.
Josephus.
Therefore, that makes them, hold on one second,
I'm
and
sorry.
that makes them all descendants because they were mixtured. When you read the scriptures, the seed comes from the father. So if a black Jew has sex with a Caucasian woman, regardless of that child's skin tone, that child is a Jew because of the man. But now if a black Jew woman has sex with an Edomite man, Italian man, and have a child, then that child is what the father is. But read Malachi.
Malachi chapter 1, verse 4. Whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places. Thus saith the Lord of hosts.
Real quick. Hey, Terry, when was Edom impoverished? Edom is the so-called white man, right? You know that, right?
No, Edom is Esau.
Yeah, I know. And that's the so-called white man. But I'm asking
During
when
Jesus' time, right before Jesus, the Jewish nation conquered Edom and absorbed them into the Jewish nation. So
no, absolutely
that's a
not.
fact. That's in
No,
the book of
no, no, no,
Maccabees.
no. I know what you're saying about the book of Maccabees, but you're not entirely right about that. When the Greeks, the Greek, it became known as the Greco-Roman Empire, right? Then Rome took completely over, right? So the father of Herod was an Idumean, which is an Edomite. So what I'm asking you, when was Edom or Esau, when were they impoverished?
I would say right before they got conquered by the Jews, and right before Jesus.
No, sir. They were impoverished during the dark ages. Give me that in Job 30, Job 30 and verse 7. Let me show you something real quick. Job 30, verse.
The book of Job, chapter 30, verse 7. Among the bushes they breaded, under the nettles they were gathered together. They were children of fools, yea, children of base men. They were viler than the earth.
Read the part, I think I'm driving, I can't see it. Maybe verse 6 where it says, we chased.
Verse 5.
5, yeah.
They were driven forth from among men. They cried after them as after a thief.
So it's going into Edom. It said that they were driven forth from among men, right? Meaning from among civilization. They were pushed to what we know today as the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia. That's when they were impoverished because they didn't have any resources in that part of Europe. They didn't have any natural resources. They lived in caves. They became known as cave dwellers, which is today the word Caucasian. So when you go back to Malachi 1 and 4, read that for me.
Malachi 1 verse 4. Whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places.
So they were impoverished when Rome fell in 193 AD. They were pushed to the Caucasus Mountains. And they said in their heart, we're impoverished right now, but we will return and build the desolate places. The desolate places meaning what? Rome. How do we know? Revelation 13. Give me Revelation 13. The deadly wound but was healed. I want to say verse 4.
Revelation chapter 13 and verse 12.
No.
And he exercised.
Earlier than that. Verse 4.
Verse 4. And they worshipped the dragon, which gave power unto the beast. And they worshipped the beast, saying, who is like unto the beast? Who is
like unto Rome? Who is like unto Rome?
Who is able to make war with him?
Who can make war with the Romans? You read about that in Maccabees. First Maccabees chapter 8. It talked about how great warriors they were. Everybody knew about them.
You want verse 3? Yeah. Verse 3. And I saw one of his heads as it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed, and all the world wandered after the beast.
So when it said that he was wounded, when was he wounded? When he fell. Now read.
Verse 12. And he exerciseth all the power of the first beast before him, and causeth the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed.
The first beast whose deadly wound was healed was Rome. How was Rome healed? How was it healed? When it came back into power, and then eventually it branched out and became what we know as today as the United States of America. This is why America idolizes Rome. This is why our months are named after Roman gods. This is why the beginning of the year is named after Janus, or January. Janus being a Roman god. They worship this. You go to Washington, you go to all the various monuments throughout the world, or throughout the country, excuse me, and they all have Roman undertones, right? Roman relics. It's because this place is an extension of it. Now go back to Malachi 1 and 4.
Malachi chapter 1, verse 4. Whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down, and they shall call them the border of wickedness, and the people against whom the Lord have indignation forever.
So Edom came back into power in the 1400s. That's when you read about Rodrigo Borgia, who became known as Pope Alexander VI of Rome. That's when he instituted or commissioned Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Donatello, so on and so forth, to paint his son as the new Renaissance image of Jesus Christ. So before that, there was something known as the Dark Ages, in which black Jews ruled. So that's what you're missing. That's the history that you're missing.
Hey, Dion, you mind if I add something to that?
Absolutely.
Hey, Terry, I believe it is. Real quick, I got a passage from, y'all bring it up earlier. This is the complete works of Flavius Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, excuse me. I'm in chapter 9, page 279. I'm in the second paragraph. All right, I'm going to read this passage because a lot of people are very confused about the history of the Jews, which you seem to be, but I think after we read this, maybe it'll clear up some of that confusion you may have. And then I got a scripture on to read as well. All right, so this is in chapter 9, second paragraph, actually first paragraph, the bottom. It says Hyrcanus, which is John Hyrcanus. You read about him in the book of Maccabees in the Apocrypha. It says Hyrcanus took also Dora and Marissa, cities of Idumea. All right. The discussion at hand was, who are the real Christians? You alluded to in 76 AD that, in fact, the Jews were white. All right. Which is not correct. But I think I know why you said that. So
I didn't say they were white. I
you
said
did. You
they
did.
were
We all heard.
kidnapped.
You
No.
did.
I said they were
Hold on.
kidnapped and taken to Europe.
Tell you what. Let me finish first, and then we'll go with that. All right. All right. So I'm gonna read this again. It says Hyrcanus took also Dora and Marissa, cities of Idumea, and subdued all the Idumeans. So John Hyrcanus, being a Jew, an Israelite, he subdued the Idumeans. Those are the so-called Caucasian or white people today. All right, it says, and permitted them to stay in that country if they would circumcise their genitals and make use of the laws of the Jews. All right, so John Hyrcanus said, all right, he'll spare the Idumeans, all right, if they keep our laws, all right. I'm going to read on. It says, and they were so desirous of living in the country of their forefathers that they submitted to the use of circumcision, meaning, all right, they agreed. So as the custom of the Jews is to circumcise, these white people, Idumeans or Edom, they started doing the same exact thing. All right. And it says, and the rest of the Jewish ways of living, meaning what? We don't eat pork, crab, shrimp, lobster. We wear fringes in a border of blue. Sisters cover their heads. Men grow their beards. So they began to do these exact same customs. Okay. And then it says, at which time, therefore, this befell them that they were hereafter no other than Jews. Meaning what? They begin to call themselves Jews too. Okay. The real Jews, according to the scripture, I believe Matt already went over that. The real scripture, the real Jews, according to the scripture, they're black people. Okay. But these converts, as we just read in the Josephus one that you quoted, shows that what? That they begin to call themselves Jews. Now I'm gonna show you which line that comes from. Abuka, can we get Acts chapter 26, verse 1?
The book of Acts, chapter 26, verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
Then Agrippa said unto Paul, thou art permitted to speak for thyself. Then Paul stretched forth his hand and answered for himself.
All right. So Agrippa right here, this is in the lineage of Herod. Okay, understand this. Herod was an Idumean. You know who his ancestors come from? The same Idumeans that we just read about in the Josephus. All right. His lineage, they began to what? Keep the laws, just like the real Jews, the black people. His lineage, this is Agrippa II, Herod Agrippa. Okay. Now watch this. Read on.
I think myself happy, King Agrippa, because I shall answer for myself this day before thee, touching all the things whereof I am accused of the Jews. especially because I know thee to be an expert in all customs and questions which are among the Jews.
There it is. So why did Paul say that Herod Agrippa is an expert in all the customs of the Jews? Why? Because his lineage, his ancestors, they was conquered by John Hyrcanus. The real
I agree.
Jews, let me finish real quick. The real Jews conquered them. Okay, the real Jews conquered them and taught them our customs and our ways. Now check this out. We dealing with Paul. All right. Give me Acts. I'm coming right back, Abuka. Give me the book of give me Acts 21 real quick. So I want to show you something. Because I'm still dealing with the statement that you made earlier. All right, give me Acts chapter 21, verse 37. Watch this.
Acts chapter 21, verse 37. And as Paul was to be led into the castle, he said unto the chief captain, May I speak unto thee? Who said, Canst thou speak Greek?
All right, so they asked Paul, it's like, can you speak Greek? So you talked about the Christians. All right, that's what you alluded to. All right, you said that the Jews was out here, what's that, converting Gentiles, so on and so on. All right, that's what you said. So I'm going with what you said. All right, so they asking Paul, could he speak Greek? Why would they ask Paul that? Let's find out. Read on.
Art not thou that Egyptian who before these days madest an uproar and led us out into the wilderness 4,000 men that were murderers?
So they said, hold on, aren't you an Egyptian? Why would they refer to Paul as an Egyptian? It's because he had dark skin. That's why. Because they saw a difference between what we know Greek people to be as fair skinned white people. Paul was not that. He was very, very dark skinned. Now let's go back to Acts 26. Now I want you to jump down to verse 28. Watch this. Acts chapter 26. And do me a favor. Start at verse 27. Watch this.
Acts 26, verse 27.
Come on.
King Agrippa, believest thou the prophets? I know that thou believest.
Watch this.
Then Agrippa said unto Paul, Almost thou persuadest me to be a Christian.
You see? Because even Herod Agrippa, which, they referred to themselves as Jewish because they kept our ways, he said to Paul, which is the real Jew, he said, you almost convinced me to be a Christian. Okay, yeah. So we're setting the foundation right here. The real Jews are black people. They're the true Christians. Now understand, when it comes to the Roman Catholic Church Christianity as we know it, no. Those are two different things. And who was that? Dion just elaborated on that history. So when he, I believe, was that Matt that asked, when did white people go into slavery on slave ships? It didn't happen. It's called identity theft. Okay. This point in history, when they started keeping our ways, they took it upon themselves to what? To call themselves Jewish people. But understand in 70 AD, no, that was still us. The Apostle Paul did not die until 66 AD. All right, so you mean to tell me, according to your philosophy, you talking about this whole mixing and DNA and all this stuff like that. So you mean to tell me, Paul the Apostle, which was mistaken for an Egyptian, which died in 66 AD, and you quoted 76 AD, which is 10 years later. Now you mean to tell me that all the Jews now turn white mysteriously?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense, bro.
Can I?
That doesn't make any sense
I know.
whatsoever.
Exactly.
The only
Can I?
thing, hey,
Can I
I'm not
clarify?
done, bro. I'm
My
not
bad.
done.
My
I'm
bad.
not done. All right, so understand this. Just like you have America in places they shouldn't be. America was in Iraq or whatnot. That's the same thing that was going on during this time. Because the Jews disobeyed their God, God allowed our enemies to rule over us. So what did they do? They had garrisons, they had their military in Jerusalem. The inhabitants of Jerusalem were still the same people. You just had the Idumeans ruling over us because Rome put them there. That's all that was going on, brother. All right, I'll mute my mic.
Can
All
I?
right, Terry, you wanted to state a rebuttal?
Yes. So I must have been a little bit when you guys asked me when did white people go into slavery on slave ships, I did not mean that the Jews coming from Israel going into slavery by the Romans were white. I was saying that they
Terry,
took. Oh no, let me
did you
clarify. Let me clarify.
did you find that piece of information you was looking for earlier?
I did, and I'm going to read it to you right now. So my point is that the Romans, the Greeks who made up the Roman Empire, also the Galatians. There's a book called Galatians in the Bible. Those are the real white people. The Esauites or the Edomites that you guys are saying are the children of Abraham still. The Galatians, the Romans, and the Greeks are real white people. Now, but I just want to just
Hold
read this.
on, you got to prove that, bro. That you're lying, bro. That ain't true.
I'm
So
not lying.
prove that.
I'm not lying.
Hey,
What exactly
prove
do you
that.
want me to prove?
All of it. Prove it.
Okay.
Hey,
Galatians
to
in the
make
Bible.
it plain, prove that the Galatians were white.
Okay. So Galatians is in the name. Galatians, it's the land of the Gauls.
Let me ask you
The
something.
Gauls
Let me ask you
are
something.
French.
Let me ask you something. Are you white?
No, I'm black. I'm 100%
But you
black.
live but you live in America. It's in the
Yeah.
name. It's
Yeah.
in the name. It's America. It's named after a white man named
It didn't
Amerigo
work.
Vespucci. So are you white?
No, it didn't work like that back then.
But yes, it
Yes, it
did.
did.
You're
No,
an
no.
American.
So
Yes, it did. It worked the same
historically,
exact way.
no, yeah. But historically, the Galatians were a colony that the Romans went and got a bunch of people from France and they took them away from their home because that's what they
Prove
did
it.
when they, bro, it's literally just look up Galatians. Just Google
No.
Galatians.
Go in the Bible and show me that the
Listen, the
Galatians
Bible, listen,
are white
Hey
people.
Terry, that makes no sense.
Yeah, he
Honestly, it
can't
makes
prove
zero
that.
sense.
I listen,
Because that's like
you can
saying
prove
that.
it. You
Okay.
can
Well,
prove it. Just look it up.
Terry, watch this. Watch this. I want you to follow what we're about to do. Okay?
I also want
All
to
right.
read my verse. I want to
Hold on.
read Josephus though, that you guys wanted me to read.
Hold on, because you before you went to your that's why you should go to your sources first before you run your mouth because
Okay, I'm scatterbrained.
we're on to you have to prove that the Galatians were white people, which you can't. But Matt just went over the fact that Paul was black. Do you agree that Paul was black?
I agree that Paul is of African and Middle Eastern descent. Yes.
That's
What?
totally incorrect.
You playing
you,
semantics. You playing
Yeah,
semantics.
yeah, he is, bro.
The Bible
hey,
literally
look,
says, the Bible says,
Just
an Ethiopian cannot change his skin. That means that they
wrong,
saw themselves
you
wrong,
as
don't even
different.
wrong,
understand what that means,
wrong,
Terry.
It
I'm
means
wrong,
that
telling
the
you.
Jews saw
bruh,
themselves as
bruh,
different
Terry,
than Ethiopians. They
Terry,
were black, but they
Terry,
This
weren't
sound like a
that
lot of
Terry,
black.
gas in reverse.
Terry,
Hold
Terry.
on, hold on, hold on. Just deal with one at a time. Go ahead, Matt. Just deal with one at a time. Don't all jump in.
Yeah, see what you do is you kind of bypass, not kind of, but you bypass the Bible. We read a scripture in Acts where the centurion thought that Paul was an Egyptian, not a Middle Easterner, because when you say that word Middle East, that's a modern word, and you would make it seem as if that Paul had some sort of light skin pigmentation. He was mistaken for an Egyptian. Period. He was black. He was dark, and he was from Benjamin. He was a Benjamite, which means he was black because he was a Jew from the kingdom of Judah. So we're gonna go to Galatians chapter 1, and we're going to start at verse 4.
The book of Galatians, chapter 1, verse 4. Who gave himself for our sins, that he might deliver us from this present evil world, according to the will of God and our Father.
So those are very possessive. He said he gave himself for our sins, that he might deliver us from this present evil world, according to the will of God and our Father. Who is that? Is that talking about everybody? Did white people have God as their father? Terry?
I'm sorry, were you asking me?
Yeah, that was a question. Did white people have God as their father?
Yes.
I mean, he's obviously talking to a specific group of people, like not,
But
like
you just said that Galatians were white people, and it was obvious. So now we went to the book of Galatians, and now you're saying that he's talking to a specific group of people.
okay. So
So, which means that the Galatians that Paul was talking to were not white people. They were Jews that were in Galatia. Go to Acts 13.
you're
Hey
We're going
Matt.
to the Bible.
Hey Matt. Real
Yes,
quick.
sir.
Terry, say what you were gonna say real quick.
okay. So, like I said before, when the disciples went to the pagan countries, the first people that they spoke with were the Jews. The Jews started so these dark-skinned Jews, you guys are calling them black. I'm calling them multiracial. I don't feel comfortable calling them black. They're Egyptian black. All right, cool. So they went to them first. So the Galatians that Paul is talking to right there, yeah, he's talking to Jewish Christians. But the majority of that country is white people. The Jews has a community in that country, and so in Rome, as in other places. That's why all of Paul. Am I breaking up? Can you guys hear me?
No, we can hear you. I
Okay.
want you to finish your statement.
Okay. Every book of Paul is designated to a specific church in some part of the pagan world where Jewish people had small communities. So he was going to convert the Jews in Rome. That's why Romans is to the Roman Jewish people who eventually started converting the white people in Rome.
No, not. That's where you went left. That's where you went left. You already said he went to convert the churches that were in these places. So let me ask you a question, Terry.
I meant synagogue.
Who is the church? Who are those people?
So during the birth of the Christian nation, there was no Christian church at all, nowhere on earth. It was only the Jewish church, the Hebrew church, I guess, if you guys would say.
So Terry, so I gotta do what you just said. All right. So you said the only church was the Jews. So let me ask you that: when did the church change from being only Jews to everybody? When did that take place?
That took place during the disciples' reign. The disciples converted as many Jews as they could, and then they started converting. It's a 20-year period. They started converting the pagans right after, and even during the time that they converted the Jewish people to Christianity. So that population.
That is wrong. That's wrong. Let me show you something. Ibuka, give me Acts 7 and verse 38.
The book of Acts, chapter 7, verse 38.
Mhm.
This is he that was in the church in the wilderness, with the angel which spake to him in the Mount Sinai, and with our fathers, who received the lively oracles to give unto us.
So we just read in Acts 7 and 38 that the church in the wilderness of Mount Sinai, okay, then it says, and with our fathers, which is another possessive word, as Matt just pointed out. So let me ask you, who was in the church in the wilderness in Acts 7:38? Who is that? Which people?
I'm assuming they're Jewish people.
Okay, they are the Jews. So I went to the scripture, okay, Terry, to show you that the church is the Jews. Show me when the church changed to all nations. Can I get a definition real quick? Because I'm pretty sure I know where you got this ideology from. It's not the Bible, but I'll give you a sec. If you have a scripture to show me that the church changed to everybody, then we could, I guess, keep nailing at this, but I don't think you have it, Terry. So I'll give you a second as I pull up this definition. Do you have something to show us that?
I can get something. So throughout the Bible,
Hold on. Tell you what. Go get it and read that, because you just talking and not proving anything is not helping the conversation. I'm going to read this definition real quick. This is Catholic, 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 including a wide variety of things, all embracing. So your understanding of the word church is not from the Bible. It's from the Roman Catholic Church, which means all embracing. That is a new doctrine on the earth. That is not biblical. All right. So understand that. That is, you're not going to find this in the Bible, Terry. So did you find what you needed to read from? Otherwise, I think we can kind of move on from this topic because I don't think you have anything to prove that.
No, I mean I do have. Well, I don't have it right now. I have to look it up. So,
All right, I'll give it to you, Matt.
All right, all right. So the topic is America in the Bible? What's her destiny? All right, we have M back on stage. M, is America in the Bible?
Um, Greetings. I am Mark. Of course, America is in the Bible, and of course, her destiny is pronounced.
What is that destiny?
Um, it's it's in the book of Revelation, chapter 18, all of it.
Okay, can you summarize it for us? Can you give the people that are listening some sort of idea of what you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean it's written there. Ibuka can choose any one of the verse out of Revelation chapter 18. He can always do the first 7 verses, and that it will begin to paint the picture that is already prophesied to happen.
All right, and appreciate you. Tim, how you doing today?
Hey, what's going on, brother?
How you doing? So the topic of discussion is America in the Bible, and what's her destiny? So I guess answer the first question first. Is America in?
I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm not even sure how I got up on the stage. I came here to listen to the conversation. But as far as the question, I believe, I mean, it possibly could be. I agree with the previous gentleman that it's probably in Revelation. And given everything that's going on today, I would say that we're closer to the Revelation times than we'd probably want to be.
All right. Well, what do you mean by that?
I don't want to like derail the conversation or anything. Again, it wasn't my intention, but I've been doing some contemplation, in particular on, and again, I don't want to sound conspiratorial here, but the mark of the beast lately, and I've just been doing some thinking about if that's going to be, or if it was going to be when it happens, a literal thing or not, like an actual literal thing or a metaphorical thing. And so I went down the path of thinking, well, if it's going to be a literal thing, I would imagine that in the time period that it happens, the people that are aware of it would see it happening because it would be impossible not to. It would be too obvious. Something that would prevent you from buying or selling without getting it. It would be obvious. And so really what my mind went to was that if it was to be a literal thing, that I don't think that we've been closer in history to establishing a global framework close enough to mirroring something required to be the mark of the beast, if that makes sense. And so that was just a thought of mine.
Okay, so you say America's in the Bible because of Revelations, and her destiny is the mark of the beast, basically.
Yeah, sorry, it was a little convoluted. It probably was less on the is America in the Bible topic, more so the times that we are in are likely in Revelations. I believe that if we were to put a time to it, which we really can't because it says nobody knows the time or the hour, right? But like as it relates to the specific mentioning of the mark of the beast, and it comes to, well, if that's going to be a literal thing that actually happens in somebody's lifetimes, the putting in something, I guess I didn't say this, putting in something like the vaccine requirement, for example, which precludes the ability to go into stores. It's not necessarily all over the place, but that's what's happening. And not being able to go to a grocery store, not being able to do this, I can relate to not being able to buy or sell. So just having a little bit of foresight, I was thinking that, wow, if the mark of the beast was to be literal, I can put 2 and 2 together and see how putting a framework globally of you can't go into stores unless you do this, get this implant, get this thing, can relate directly to something like the mark of the beast. And because that's actually being established in our reality, leads me to the conclusion that, wow, we actually might be closer to Revelations than I originally thought.
Hey, can I just say something real quick? Because I've heard a few people talk about that all the time, and I understand the curiosity of Revelation, but a lot of time when we don't understand the basics of the scriptures, and then we see the evil that's going on earth today, a lot of people run back to the Bible and they start to quote the book of Revelation. And it's not a direct shot at you, Tim. This is just me speaking in general.
No problem.
What I've seen and heard. And a lot of times when people refer to the mark of the beast, they always point to the fact that you wouldn't be able to buy and sell. And I know today there is something going on earth like the COVID-19 vaccine. And to the naked eye, you would say, okay, well, that sounds a lot like mark of the beast. I got to get this in my arm or not. I can't go and buy and sell. But it's interesting because the vaccine doesn't stop you from using Amazon or Walmart pickup. So if we know it can't be that, you understand what I'm saying? Because you're still going to be able to order stuff offline. You're still going to be able to get shipments, and you'll still be able to literally buy, you know what I'm saying, regardless if you couldn't go in certain stores or restaurants because you don't have the vaccination. So if anybody's thinking that the mark of the beast is the COVID-19 vaccine because you wouldn't be able to buy and sell, then they would have to shut down the internet completely as well, Forex trading, all those different things, cryptocurrency, all that to stop you from literally being able to buy, which I don't think the so-called white man is going to ever do that because he needs his money. So I just want to throw it out.
Hey, Dion, can I say something on that?
Go ahead. Who is that? Him?
Mark, yeah, I am Mark. So, I've read Revelation 13 a couple of times, and when I consider the time that we're living in, I can clearly see what the mark of the beast is. I can clearly see that a lot of people have the number, just don't realize that they have it. The number allows them to buy and sell. They just don't realize it. Because without that number, you can't even be gainfully employed, much less to be able to become involved in real estate or real tangent.
Talking about social security number?
Business dealings. Say again?
You talking about a social security number?
And I'll go further into it. All right. So, all I ask is that you have the time to just listen and hear me out, because a lot of people have not just listened first.
Bro, you're not about to sit here and tell me that the 9-digit social security number is the mark of the beast, bro.
Yeah, Nola, Matt, let me first.
That's not it's your license plate. Your license plate is the mark.
No. Damn. Remember when you guys are teaching, nobody on what it is that you're sharing. You're try to hear
misinformation.
We don't even try to spread any kind of misinformation.
He was talking about you.
Does anyone?
He was talking about
anyone
you.
Inside
you're spreading misinformation.
You haven't heard what I've said. You are already spreading false rumor on me that I'm spreading misinformation.
Why don't you just say it? Why don't you just come out and say it? Why is it a secret to say it? Just say what you're about to say. You're like, I'm about to go around the world and then say it an hour later. Won't you just say what it is?
I want to say it, but you
then just say it. Just say it right now. Go ahead. Say it right now. There you go. Go.
Okay. So, like I was saying, the mark of the beast, as it is written in the book of Revelation, King James Version, says that it is made up of 3 scores. It uses that specifically in there for a reason. Because I understand and I know by being in this country, Babylon the Great, that if I don't have this number, which is both in my forehead, which is in my mind, I know mine. Everybody inside here knows their number.
What's the number? What is it?
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Please be patient.
Can you just say it and then
get into it, General? Just be patient. Each time you disturb me, we're losing moments each time you disturb me. I'm getting to the point. I'm sure I'm not straying, and I'm getting there gently, but you keep disturbing me. This is the pattern you guys have.
Can you say it first and then do it?
Let's just let him talk.
What is wrong with this man?
Man, talk, bro.
Be so impatient.
I'm just asking.
No, man, just stop being impatient. I'm getting
give me
to
the
the point and
bean.
you keep
Give me the
disturbing
bean.
me.
Give me the bean.
Do we have a time limit? Like real talk. Do we have like a 2-minute time limit?
Hold on, y'all.
I'm trying to get to it, but the guys keep interrupting me constantly.
Hold on. Because what Matt brought out was something that we had established and we really haven't been holding true to it. It's a 2-minute rebuttal. All right, 2 minutes. That's what you get. You're gonna have 2 minutes to explain your point, M, and then one of the brothers is going to rebuttal it. All right, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
All right. So once again, as I say, your credit score itself is made up of 3 scores. One comes from Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion. The 3 of them come together, you find an average number. If you are able to maintain your average number at 666, then you are in the business of obtaining real estate, cars, homes, opening businesses, and doing all sorts of stuff. Because maintaining 666 is not as easy to do. But that number now is being dispersed all throughout the world because Canada has it. It's probably called SSN or SIN. England has it. Jamaica has it. It's called TRN. So they are now implementing throughout the entire world, just like it's a credit score system, which will allow you to buy and sell. And if you don't have that number, no matter how you come into America, you cannot be gainfully employed. You can walk into a store and still purchase things to eat and such, but you cannot purchase motor vehicles and cars and all of them, real estate, houses and them kind of stuff. You basically cannot deal with the banking system.
Unless you got cash.
Hey, so what you're saying is black people, we should be good because majority of us got like bad credit scores. So we ain't got to worry about the market. That's what you're saying.
No, everybody has the mark of the beast is what I'm saying. That is it.
No, you said you got to do 666. So I'm saying black people, we good, right?
No, I'm saying
it's crazy.
What I was saying is once you've attained 666, then you're able to legally go out and do things because your score is good.
I've coached several people as of this past year in getting their credit scores correct. One guy was approved with a 585 credit score for a house. Another guy was approved with a 620 credit score for a house. Another guy, he was approved with a 625 credit score for a house. Now, the one with the 585 has a high interest rate, but the one with the 625, his interest rate is a little lower than that. So what about them? Did they escape the mark of the beast and still able to buy properties and stuff like that?
I think you're not.
Hey, what do my credit score got to be if I want to buy some grits?
Yeah, like I said, when your teachers are teaching, we sit in the audience or we sit on the stage and we listen and we knock the meat from the bones.
Hey, Matt, I got a quick question. Real quick.
Everybody doesn't have it correct.
Hey, sir, Mark, if this is in fact legit, can I get Isaiah chapter 28, 9 and 10 real quick? If this what you teaching or believe is in fact a legit doctrine, we will give you the opportunity to explain it. But can you read that for me, Buka?
The book of Isaiah, chapter 28, verse 9.
Come on.
Whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast.
Come on.
For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little.
Right. So whenever, if it's in fact true, in the scriptures, it's gonna be somewhere else in the scriptures to validate your statement. All right. So you took one verse, was that Revelations 13:17? You took one verse and created a credit score doctrine. Okay. So where else in the scriptures can we talk about credit score? Because I didn't see it in Revelations 13:17. So can you pull it somewhere else to support your doctrine?
Here's how I will deal with that, Matt. If you can find anywhere else in the Bible where it speaks about the mark of the beast, I will show you that it's referring to the credit score. If you cannot find it, then you'll just have to accept that we're working with only Revelation 13 to break it down.
Give me Ezekiel 28 real quick. I got something for you.
Bring it up.
Hey Matt, you gonna give him the credit score of God too in Ezekiel 4?
Oh gosh, I'll let you take care of that.
Yes,
I just want to deal with what it's actually talking about real quick. All right. Give me the book Ezekiel chapter 28, and I want verse 4 and 5.
Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 4.
Come on.
With thy wisdom and with thy understanding thou hast gotten thee riches, and hast gotten gold and silver into thy treasures.
Right. So this particular beast, and Dion mentioned this earlier on in Revelations 13. When you go back and read above verse 17, this nation, which is America, the whore, the beast that is actually talking about, it states that they what they rule the world. All right, they got riches, they got possession. All right, they have great technological advances, so on and so on. So what are we reading? We're reading another precept in the Old Testament that justifies Revelations 13. Read it again and then jump down to verse 5.
With thy wisdom and with thine understanding thou hast gotten thee riches, and hast gotten gold and silver into thy treasures. By thy great wisdom and by thy traffic hast thou increased thy riches.
Stop.
And
you know what that traffic is going into, Mark? That traffic is going into trade. That traffic is going into trade. That is how America got her riches. When we read in Revelations 13 and 17, when it says, cause of no man to buy or sell if you don't have the mark, guess what? If you're not in agreement with what America pushes, their democracy, their homosexual marriages, their agenda, guess what America will do? They will cut you off and make you into a third world country. That's what they've done all throughout history. Because guess what? They are the ones who control the trade. All right, read verse 5 all the way through again.
Ezekiel 28, verse 5. By thy great wisdom and by thy traffic hast thou increased thy riches, and thy heart is lifted up because of thy riches.
That's why America is very pompous. That's why they have pride, and that's why they feel that they will never be overthrown because of their riches, because they control the world. Now, can we go back and read Revelations 13 and 17 again?
Revelation 13, verse 17.
Mm-hmm.
That no man might buy or sell, save he that have the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name.
Now read verse 16.
Verse 16. And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads.
Right, that's just signifying your right hand is signifying agreement. That's your dominant hand. Your mind is going into your forehead is going into your mind. It's literally saying because America, this particular nation, all right, they control the trade, meaning what? If you don't agree with what America is pushing, they will shut you down. That's all it's talking about. Now I'll give you an opportunity because you said if I could prove it, I'd be good. So I'll give you an opportunity to prove your credit score doctrine. Matt?
Yeah, like I said, this is Mark speaking. No matter where you go inside of the Bible, there's nowhere else that you will find that speaks about this mark of the beast in detail, like Revelation 13.
Right. So you didn't have a scripture, Matt. Could we move on? He doesn't have a scripture.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
You know
Most definitely. So next up on stage we have Word. How you doing?
Yo, what's good? It
How you
says
doing there?
I'm gonna ask the question. It says, is America in the Bible? Yes, it is. Look at the Mississippi River. It's the only river that goes upwards and sprouts out of 5 rivers. It's only one in the world. It's one. There's a Mount Arafat in Utah, Memphis, and all the rest of the cities. I live in Athens. Who said they gave these names this, or was it already here? Okay. We know that we know for sure that they found different types of things that came from Joseph out of the what is that? Grand Canyon. They found all kinds of stuff up there that you can't even go see, but it's there.
Okay, so how would we be sure that America is in the Bible biblically? How would we be sure?
Didn't the Bible say that Moses went up the river? He didn't go down the river. He came up the river. The only way you're gonna go up unless there's some water going upward. Can't go downward. He went up the river. So how did he get up the river?
All right.
Wow. Wait, are you saying Moses was in America?
Who you say he wasn't?
No, I'm asking what
Alrighty
you.
then.
I'm asking
Well,
what
ask the
you're
question. Who
saying.
to say? Who to say he wasn't?
The Bible said he
Well, the
wasn't. The
Bible.
Bible said he was in Egypt.
Shit.
Come on, yo. Who wrote the Bible? You ain't getting the Ethiopian Bible. We ain't getting no Ethiopian Bible. We're getting the King James version.
Hey, speaking of King James, my man, can I ask you a question? Do you know when
John
King
wrote the
James?
Bible.
Hey, real quick, do you know when King James was born? Do you know that? Because everybody like to bring up King James.
Hey,
Just a
Matt,
question.
someone already said he wrote the Bible, so it should be a good answer. It should be two birds and one stone at this point.
Yes,
Just want
sir.
to mention that.
Yes, sir.
You're on, brother.
It's on you. Do you know when King James was born? It's on you.
Do I know when he was born?
Who is
Yes.
King James?
Yeah. Hold on. Give us a second.
They say King James was a black man. I'm not sure. They show too many
Yeah.
pictures of
He was a
different
black
nations.
man. I'm just asking, when was he born? That's just a simple question.
I don't know. I don't look. I ain't never looked up to see when he was born.
Okay.
I don't know all that. You gonna teach me something right now?
Okay. All praise to the Most High. What if I said he was born in 1566? What if I said that? Now,
I can believe you.
okay. All right, bet. Now, let me ask you, the conquistadors, right? When they came to this side of the world and conquered the indigenous people on this side of the world, what time frame was that?
The who, big brother?
1619.
The conquistadors.
Now who's that?
Who asked?
Hold on, Bleepy.
Man
We'll
is
get to you in
talking
a
with
Bleepy,
minute.
stay in
words
the
right
spirit, Bleepy. Stay in the spirit. Word. Conquistadors. What year?
Was it 1619? 16 somewhere
No,
around there.
1492.
1419, 1419.
Yeah,
I
the
know it's something like
1400s. Very good.
1400, somewhere around there.
1492. 1492.
Before
1492.
they came here before 1492.
Even though, yeah, it did. Yeah, 14. Okay, right. Even so, 1444. Right.
Okay. So, okay, with that being established, okay, did they have Bibles when they came?
Yes,
Okay. All right. There it is. So they had Bibles when they came. All right. Who wrote those Bibles?
they did.
They wrote those Bibles. Okay. And then I'm guessing when King James came around, he rewrote it again. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, it came through the Council of Nicaea, and then they just printed it through his name because he was the king at that point in
Okay.
time.
Okay. So the Council of Nicaea, when did that occur?
I can't remember right off the top of my head.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did the Council of Nicaea come before or after King James?
Before.
Before. Okay. Did the Council of Nicaea come before or after the conquistadors?
I think after, didn't it?
Okay. I rest my case. Council of Nicaea was 3rd century AD. Matt, back to you.
Well, all righty.
The conquistadors were not here before 1492. They didn't conquer the Moors yet. They didn't conquer us yet. So that's false.
So they said they
The
didn't conquer the
conquistadors did not
Moors.
come here before 1492. So put that out there.
So remember, follow the club, join the club, Biblical Smoke on Clubhouse. Also, hashtag Biblical Smoke on Twitter. Let us know your thoughts about the topic tonight. All right. Next up in the queue, we have Elsa. Elsa, how you doing today?
I'm good. Ibuka, you brought me up here. I don't know why. You know that I already know the stuff, so why am I up here? But I'm loving the discussion, fellas. You guys are doing great.
Hey, I mean, just to put your 2 cents in there, like, is America in the Bible, and what's her destiny?
Is America in the Bible? I believe it is in the Bible, both physically, spiritually, prophetically. I believe her destiny is that she will be judged. I believe that it's important for those who are the true followers of Yeshua, the Messiah, to really come to understand who they are, because if they don't understand who they are and don't take a hold of their birthright, Esau will continue to ravage and use them as slaves and do whatever it is that they want to do with them. And so for us to awaken to our potential and to go back and understand biblical truths and stop following these pagan gods and also stop following a lot of what these white churches are teaching us. And I'm done speaking.
Okay. All right. Quick question. The judgment that's coming, what kind of judgment will it be on this country?
I can't say that I know what the fullness of the judgment will be. So I'd like to hear what you think about it. But I believe that it's going to be the judgment of people who have enslaved the children of the Messiah. But I also believe that those who have not really taken heed to the word, who are part of the lineage, that they will be judged as well for hearing wisdom and understanding and hearing the word, but not actually heeding to the word.
So our sisters that wear pants, will they be part of that judgment as well?
They won't be part of that judgment. You're not going to get me on that. Don't even start. Yeah, I'm not even going to go there because those to me are not weighty matters of the law for me. And so I focus on weighty matters of the law. And so, yeah.
Okay. So I can wear a dress as a man and still get the kingdom of heaven?
Jesus wore a dress, so yeah.
Wow. Can you show me that in the Bible?
Did Jesus have pants?
Yes.
He actually didn't. You're not going to find.
Did.
You're actually not. Listen. When you find pictures of Jesus with pants on, you tell me. I'm actually from the motherland. Okay, so you can't tell me.
The thing about it is, you just made a statement about the pictures that white people make about Christ, which they make a white image and they put him in Greek garb. You're not going to find what the scriptures actually say about Christ because they don't even put Christ in the same color that he's supposed to be in.
Hey, hold on, Matt.
When you look at it.
Hold on 1 second, Matt. So, sis, you said that Matt's never been to Israel, nor he's never been to Africa, but I've been to Africa multiple times, and I lived in Israel at one point in my life, and I never seen any man with dresses on. Now, in Africa, certain parts of Africa, you do see men that subscribe to the Islamic faith that wear certain attire that may come off as a dress. But in ancient times, our forefathers didn't wear dresses. Did they wear long garments? Absolutely. But they had pants under those garments. You read about that in Exodus, the 28th chapter, if you could read that for me. So yes, you're right. They did wear long garments, but those long garments had pants on under them. They weren't tight fitting or they weren't made like dresses that women wear. Absolutely
of course
not.
They weren't made like dresses. Why would I assume that Jesus was wearing a dress? Come on, let's not be.
You just said Jesus wore a dress.
Yes,
when I
you
say
did.
Jesus wore a dress, what I'm describing is a long garment. So that's what I consider what you guys would call a dress nowadays. I'm not talking about some transvestite looking dress. Like, come on, let's not be idiots.
That's not what was said. That's not what was said. But you said very adamantly that he wore a dress.
Well, because I consider those things. They're called in India. They're called lungis. In different parts of Africa, they're just called rapa. You know, I'm from Cameroon. Like that's what they're called. Men wear lungis in India. Men wear rapas in different parts of Africa. We do different things, and so it's not like an actual dress for crying out loud. But in American context, they would call it a dress because it's like, well, what are they wearing? You know. So no, he wasn't dressed up like a transvestite. Come on now.
So question, sis. I heard a elevation in your voice and in your intensity when the brother brought out about the pants. And I often hear that same I often hear that same intensity and that same aggression from sisters here in America as well. I'm not sure if you live in America now or not, but sisters here in America, they do the same thing. That's a westernized mindset, right? Before we came here as slaves and were forced to take on the customs of our oppressors, our sisters wore dresses and our brothers wore pants. It was always known. We always had trousers or hosen on. So like I said, that's a new thing in the earth where men will wear dresses and women will wear pants. It's called cross-dressing. That's why God put it in the Bible. Can we read that in Exodus 28?
The book of Exodus, chapter 28 and verse 42. And thou shalt make them linen breeches to cover their nakedness. From the loins even unto the thighs they shall reach. And they shall be upon Aaron and upon his sons when they come into the tabernacle.
So it said they should be upon Aaron and upon his sons. Now, someone may say, well, Aaron was a Levite and his sons, his lineage were the high priest, right? So that's only describing them. It's only talking about them. Get Daniel 3:21. Let's deal with Mishael, Azariah, and Hananiah, the three holy children. What were they wearing in the fiery furnace? Can we read that?
Daniel chapter 3, verse 21. Then these men were bound in their coats, their hosen, and their hats, and their other garments, and were cast into the midst of the burning fiery furnace.
So, Sister Elsa, hosen, are you familiar with that term?
That what? I'm sorry?
The word hosen, are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not American. I don't know what the heck hosen means.
Okay, all right. It's not an American term. We don't use that term here in America.
Well,
It was a term that they used during that time. You hear the same term used in Germany. Could we use that? Could we find out what hosen means? Ibuku, I don't know if you had that pulled.
Hosen, definition, trousers.
So hosen are trousers. What are trousers? Trousers, Sister Elsa. I know you know what that is because I've been to Sierra Leone, which is not too far from Cameroon. So what are trousers?
They're pants.
Okay, great, excellent. So the men of that time wore pants all the way up until the time of Christ, all the way up until today. Men wore pants. They may have long garments over their pants. I'm not disputing that, but they had on pants nonetheless. And women didn't wear pants. So where's the disconnect? Where's the riff in time? When did women start to wear pants?
My question back to you is, why that's not a weighty matter of the law. Why is that even a thing? Okay. Number two, hold on before you keep going. If you're going to sit here and talk to me about women wearing pants, I want you to explain to me why we are reading from a King James version from a man who was openly homosexual.
Okay. Wow. So that's okay. I'm going to answer. Let me answer those two
because you're going to sit here and talk about a matter of the law that's not even weighty when we should be worried educating and teaching our people about who they are, their identity.
Excellent.
And wearing is not going to get a person to go to hell, for crying out loud. But what's going to
Okay. Wait, sis. Wait. You're really adamant. I see you're aggressive. Just calm down for a moment. I'm gonna deal with your questions. And I'm gonna show you that it is a weighty matter in the law. It's not a small matter. If you would just give me an opportunity to do so. So you said a lot, right?
I'll be going.
You tried to discredit. I mean, you may say you're going to continue to wear pants, and that's your prerogative. You have that free will to do it if you want to, right? The law says, "Choose ye this day, life or death." I mean, it's your choice. I have no bearing on what choice you make, but I do have an obligation as your brother to show you your error. And the Bible says, you said that it's not a weighty matter of the law. I'm going to show you that really fast. And then you went off on a tangent and tried to discredit King James and spew out rhetoric that came from a man named Sir Isaac Weldon to say that he was a homosexual, which is not true. But I'm going to deal with those two things really fast if you just give me a moment. Deuteronomy, the 22nd chapter and the 5th verse. Let's go to the law and let's find out if God says it's a weighty part of the law and if it'll stop you from getting the kingdom of heaven. Read that.
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 5. The woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment, for all that do so are abomination unto the Lord thy God.
So to understand the scripture where it says a woman shouldn't wear that which pertaineth unto a man, there has to be somewhere in the Bible where God gives a clear description of what men wore. And we saw where men wore trousers, hosen, or breeches. In the South, where I'm from, we call them breeches, right? Linen breeches to cover their nakedness. Because when we came out of Egypt, we weren't covering our nakedness. We were dressing like the Egyptians. So the Lord said, do away with that and dress how I tell you to dress. That's why men had pants introduced to them. So that's what was given to men, pants. Women were given dresses. It said, all that do so are an abomination. Could you get what abomination? Could you get how God feels about abomination? And Jeremiah 44 and 4. Hold on, I'm gonna just let me finish my two scriptures. Let me just finish my two scriptures, and then you can chime in. Let me finish my two scriptures, and you can chime in with a rebuttal. Jeremiah 44 and 4.
Jeremiah chapter 44, verse 4. Howbeit, I sent unto you all my servants the prophets, rising early and sending them, saying, O do not this abominable thing that I hate.
So the Lord tells the prophets to go and teach the children of Israel to not do abominable things that he hates. God hates cross-dressing. It's abominable to him. He doesn't like women wearing pants. Well, he hates women wearing pants, and he hates men wearing dresses. Now, I'm going to show you in the New Testament, it'll keep you out of the kingdom of heaven. Read Revelation 21, verse 8.
Revelation chapter 21 and verse 8. But the fearful and unbelieving and the abominable and the murderers and whoremongers and sorcerers and idolaters and all liars shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death.
So the abominable will have their part in the lake that burn with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. Now, God is not unjust. He's going to tell you what it means to be abominable. Guess what? We just read it. Deuteronomy, the 22nd chapter, and the 5th verse.
That scripture
That's what makes.
Quickly.
Say it again.
Give me that you just read.
The last scripture? Oh, that was Revelation 21, verse 8.
Okay.
Yeah, so it would behoove you to do a little bit more research on the pants. You know, it's not
it's not
a custom that God told us to wear. I mean, you can choose to do it if you want. I mean, that's you've been warned. The blood is off our hands, but we just want to make sure you understand that that is a weighty matter of the law. Anything that causes you not to enter into the kingdom, that's a weighty matter of the law system.
Yes, it actually really isn't. You know, what I find really interesting is that again, instead of being able to exegete properly, a lot of the times what I see in this room, which I love the room, okay, but a lot of times what I see in the room is that there's so much cherry picking of specific scripture, and it's not the entire passage being read with context. At the end of the day, you're also interpreting the Bible from a Western mindset. So I don't even, for me, it's like, it's very,
what?
I don't
explain
even,
that. Explain the Western mindset. Yeah, explain the Western mindset. Explain that, please.
Western mindset from an American mindset, which is a dead mindset.
So in America, is it okay for women to wear pants?
Hi, this is Audrey.
Yeah.
Can I speak?
All over the world, it's
Hold on,
crickets.
Just relax for a second.
All over
in
the
America,
world, women to wear pants. What are you talking about?
No. You will not find women wearing pants in Iran or Afghanistan.
Go to Afghanistan and wear some pants.
You will never find it.
Pictures of women wearing pants in Iran right now. Women with literally, it's very easy to find it. Okay, it's not
Afghanistan and watch what the Taliban do in some pair of pants.
Right.
Yeah, like, come on, guys, let's not be ignorant.
Well, you said that everywhere in the world, that's not true. And then you said the Western mindset. You're saying we're exegeting the scriptures from a Western mindset, but your theology comes from a Western mindset. And that's that you can't wear pants. That's that you can't wear pants. So if we're looking at it from a Western mindset and we're telling you that the script are showing you in scripture where it's against God's laws to wear pants, and you're saying, no, it's not against God's laws. It's not a weighty matter of the law. And we're exegeting it wrong. But you also have a Western mindset. Then I'm confused about how we're not saying the same thing.
I don't have a Western mindset. And here's the reason why I say that. Okay. For you, trying to tell me that I'm essentially going to go to hell because I'm an abominable person for wearing pants.
I didn't say that.
There's no way.
The Bible said that.
So Dion.
You just cherry picked a bunch of scripture to try to prove your point. I get it. This is what you guys do. At the end of the day,
one last question, Elsa. One last question for you.
Not a weighty matter of the law.
Just one last question. One last question.
For me to wear pants.
One last question. Is God unjust?
No, just God.
So he's a just God. So would a just God just tell you that anyone that worketh abomination, that's abominable, will not enter the kingdom, but will be in the lake of fire, and then not give you any? I'm just asking a question. Let me finish. And then not give you any scriptures in the Bible to tell you what an abomination is? Would a just God do that? Or would he give you evidence of what abomination is so you can make sure to stay away?
He wouldn't. But here's the problem that I'm having with this is that your interpretation of what breeches is, even the word, it's an English word. right? Like, so you're sitting here taking an English word to interpret something that is not even like a Western thought process. It's an Eastern thought process. So if you would like to really have me take you seriously, I want you to go to the Strong's Concordance and actually, if you want to show me what you're really, really trying to say, right? Go to the old context.
Elsa,
Oh,
Shema Yasha Allah Yahweh, Shema Yasha Allah Ahanawa Yahweh Akkad. What did I just tell? What did I just say?
What are you speaking?
Why the hell would we go to the Strong Concordance? You didn't know what the hell I just said.
she didn't even know. She
You
didn't even
black
know what
people
language.
are crazy.
She didn't even know
You
what
didn't even
language
say
it
the
was.
Shema properly.
She didn't even know what language it
You
was.
didn't even say it
So
right.
Elsa, one last thing, and I'll pass on to
Did you
someone
just
else
try
to
to
let
say
them
the
deal with you.
Shema and you didn't even say it
All right.
properly?
So,
That's really sad.
Sister Elsa, I'll say one
I
last
asked you
thing,
a
and I'll
question.
leave it.
If you just try to say the Shema and you did not say it properly.
Okay. He didn't say it properly. Okay, that's fine.
It's Shema
So,
Israel.
so
Do you want me
my
to?
question.
Do you want me to say it properly? Because
No, well, one last question for you, because you've got a lot of
Hey,
disrespect.
Dion.
These people are so.
Dion.
People can't even say it properly, and you want to act like you're very.
Hello.
I've actually gone to
Yes,
Israel
sir.
3.
Go ahead.
Hey, you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, sir. Go ahead, E.
Yeah. I went to the concordance. The word in Hebrew would be miknak, and the word goes back to trousers in English. That's what it translates to.
Hey guys, I wanna.
I just want to make that. Hold on. Don't cut me off. I just want to make that clear that going into the Hebrew or the concordance, I just came from a concordance. The word is miknak, and it goes back to the word trousers yet again. So I don't understand the context of the argument of running back to the so-called Hebrew when the Bible translators themselves spoke it fluently. No one in this room speaks fluent Hebrew. They didn't. They translated that Hebrew into English, and they still go back to the same word, trousers. So that argument is moot and void. Women got to learn to put your dicks up. I'm telling you straight. This masculine energy is in my nerves. But the word miknak goes back to trousers. Go back to pants again. So I can continue.
Where does
hey
it say
Dion,
that
it's Michael.
trousers are only for men in the
Wow.
Bible?
So, with that being said, Nola, we can go ahead and move on. Sister Elsa, I pray that you receive the Spirit, man, and you accept the Scriptures. If not, you won't get the kingdom according to the
I'm
Scriptures.
already in the kingdom.
Go ahead, Nola.
Thank you.
Hey
Okay.
Dion, can I respond real quick?
Not yet.
Real
She
quick,
must be a Nigerian.
the black
She must.
woman's not lying when the black woman says she's already in the kingdom, she is, because here she gets freedom to do whatever she wants to under this white man's rule. When you leave out of America, that's why you don't go to the Middle East, because they don't let the woman rule them. Only place you can go in the Middle East is Dubai, and that's ain't nothing but a long arm stretch of America, because they just trying to live just like America. But when the black woman says, I'm in the kingdom, you are, because the white man gives you power to do things that God says, thou shalt not.
Yeah, like kill your babies by the millions and
May I
divorce your
ask a
men by
question, please?
80% of the time. No, you may not say a damn thing. Who's you talking about the same woman again?
No,
No,
it
that
wasn't
wasn't
the
her.
same woman.
Oh,
She's on
okay.
stage.
I thought the same woman again. She's highly insufferable. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
Hey, Bleepy was next, and then we want to get down to Q. We got Bleepy, Kel, what's that? Percival, Audrey, Orlando. They all been waiting patient. So let's try to get to them.
Yes, sir. We will. Bleepy, you was up next. So the topic of the room is America in the Bible and what's her destiny? What are your thoughts, Bleepy? Might be on mute.
He's not here.
All right. Moving on. Orlando.
I'm not next.
No, Kel
No,
was
I think
next.
someone else will be.
Kel was next. Yeah, Kel.
Oh, okay, I
Yeah.
refreshed and it stayed the same. So
Yeah.
we'll get to your Orlando. Kel.
Okay, I have a question. And when the Israelites was in Egypt, did they sojourn half of the years and then was in captivity for the other half?
Well, it wasn't half and half, but they sojourned there for about 30 years and then they was in captivity for 400.
Oh, okay. So, was it Abraham who said that was talking about future prophecy in Genesis 15 when he said that we will be in captivity for 400 years? Was he talking about America? captivity?
He was talking
Or
about Egypt because we've been in
okay,
American captivity longer than 400 years, actually about 500 if you include the entire nation of Israel. The Northern Kingdom was here in 1492. They came over here and started getting enslaved. So it's been more than 400 years, a lot longer.
okay, okay. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you, guys.
All right, Orlando.
All right, Orlando, back to you.
Yes, I had a question, but I'm somewhat changing it again, and I want to be respectful of the topic as a miracle in the Bible, and I really am torn between myself personally, yes and no, uh, and not look at the fact that what I hear some of your brothers are saying. Yes, we see all the power and things of this nature, but when I look at Daniel, much of what is prophesied in Revelations, it was already partially prophesied by Daniel and by others. So Revelation is not necessarily a fresh revelation, but a continuation of what Daniel was actually prophesying. And because of that fact, I have somewhat of an issue with the fact that America, I believe America is carrying the spirit of Babylon, but I don't think America is Babylon itself. And I think there's a difference in having the spirit of Babylon and being Babylon itself. But I am enjoying the conversation, and everybody's right to their own opinion. I do believe there has to be a little bit more of a respect factor. And but again, thank you, gentlemen, for opening up talking and open up a place where men can have and women as well have a respectable conversation along with respectable opinion. And so, but thank you very much. My first time listening. Looking forward to listening again some future time. Be blessed.
Okay, so you kind of was yes, it is, and no, it's not. Is it?
Well, okay, no. What I was saying, I believe that America has the spirit of Babylon. I don't think they're necessarily in the Bible, but I think the spirit of Babylon is worldwide. I don't think it's just in no one location. I don't think it is just America, because you can point out the fallacies and the corruption in America, but I can go again to many nations and point out again. We point out America because women have freedom, but then again, you can go to various other places where women don't have freedom, don't wear pants, but if they walk in front of their husbands, their neck's going to be cut off. They're going to be raped. We almost, it seemed like a while ago, the Taliban was being praised and worshipped because they keep women in their place. And so I'm kind of confused about who's leading this, where we're going with this. I'm really
Orlando.
It seems like it's all over the place.
Real quick.
Orlando. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, I was gonna bring out a script because he said that he don't think America is Babylon. When you actually understand who America is in the Bible, it proves the point that America or Babylon would be ruling over the other countries of the earth and actually have its headquarters based in one place. Here's the scripture. Let's go to this in Revelation chapter 18. Let's go there real quick.
And we would like to clear up, no one here praises the Taliban. I don't know where you got that from. We just showed her that she wouldn't get away with certain things in those countries because she said that everywhere in the world you can wear pants as a woman. That was the only reason that was said. No one praises Taliban.
Correct. All right, let's read that in Revelation, and let's go to, where was we at? Revelation chapter. We'll start at verse chapter 17, and we'll go into 18 real quick, just for context purposes. Revelation 17, and we'll start at verse 1, and we'll jump down to verse 5. We'll jump around.
Revelation chapter 17, verse 1. And there came one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, Come hither, I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters.
So it's a great whore that sits upon many, many waters, right? Now,
jump down to verse 15 to show what it means, sit upon many waters. What is God talking about? Verse 15.
Verse 15. And he saith unto me, the waters which thou sawest, where the horse sitteth, are people, and multitudes, and nations, and tongues.
So the waters that is referring to in verse 1 that the great whore sits upon is actually referring to people and nations. As you just mentioned a second ago, you said, I can go outside of America and see Babylon and other places. God prophesied that you would. For what reason? Jump down to verse 18.
Verse 18. And the woman which thou sawest is that great city, which reigneth over the kings of the earth.
It reigns, it rules over the kings of the earth. God already prophesied that it would be a central location. It would be the greatest country, city. God calls it a city, but a greatest country on earth that would rule over the people, the nations on the earth. And jump back up and look at the name that God calls this place. Jump back up to verse 5. And this is why so many people don't understand the place that you live in is the place that God prophesied to destroy off the face of the earth in the last days. Verse 5.
Verse 5. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth.
God referred to the place that rules over all the people, all the nations, where you can go to Saudi Arabia and you can see remnants of America there. You can go to China and you see they do the same thing America does. You can go to Russia and you can see they speak a different language, but they dress just like these white men in these three-piece cut suits. Why? Because this is Babylon the Great that rules over all nations of the earth and all people of the earth. Now, with that being said, jump over to chapter 18. Jump over to chapter 18 and let's read verse 1 and 2 about the prophecy of Babylon the Great that rules over all the kingdoms of the earth. Let's read that.
Revelation 18, verse 1. And after these things I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon, the great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird.
Now listen to this. This is why you know this place, you said it has the spirit of Babylon. You're exactly right. Why? Because this is the place of confusion. But God didn't just say this was regular Babylon because you would confuse it with ancient Babylon under Nebuchadnezzar. God let you know that this is Babylon the Great. This is the home of all the confusion that is on the earth today. If you keep up with anything in the news, this is for the younger folks. The older folks might not know this. Does anybody know what artist won Video of the Year in 2021 at the Music Awards yesterday? What artist? Does anybody know? If you can unmute your mic. If you pay attention to anything in the news. Does anybody know?
Lil Nas X joint.
Lil Nas X won Video of the Year for lap dancing on a makeshift Satan and twerking and walking down a runway in high heels and falling down a stripper pole from heaven into hell. That won Video of the Year in America. That's why God said, this is Babylon the Great, where a man can become a woman if he just gets surgery and take pills. Where a woman is equal to a man. Nowhere on the face of the earth
in the ancient Eastern civilizations that are still around today, that is nowhere to be found. Only within European culture is the woman equal to the man. God says this place is Babylon the Great, and it rules over many nations and countries on the earth, and is destined to fall. So read verse 14 in Revelation chapter 8. Look what God says about the place called Babylon the Great, the whore that puts fornication throughout all the earth. Look what God tells the children of Israel in verse 4. Read that.
Verse 4. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins.
Now stop
And
right
that
there. Now stop right there. I want to understand this. None of you have ever heard the voice of God. None of you have ever heard the voice of God. You don't know what it sounds like. You would drop dead if you heard it anyway. So how do you hear God talking to you saying, come out of America? It ain't talking about physically leave, because we just read in Revelation 17 that it rules over all nations and people on the earth. So no matter where you go, Babylon's influence is going to be there. America's influence is going to be there. So how do you come out of Babylon the Great? You have to leave its ways, its customs, its cultures, and turn back to God. Because if you don't, what happens if you follow the ways of Babylon the Great, that is the mother of all abominations on the earth? Keep reading in verse 4.
and that ye receive not of her plagues.
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Her
So what does that
vaccine.
mean of her plagues? There's death and destruction coming to Babylon the Great. Not well, oh, hold on. There we go. Not like it was in ancient times. How do we know that? Because Babylon wasn't overthrown the same way God has prophesied that this place would be overthrown. Jump back to Revelation 17 real quick, and I'm gonna end there on this. Revelation chapter 17, and go down to verse 16.
Revelation 17, verse 16. And the 10 horns
The 10 horns, you, right? The NATO. Go ahead.
which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh and burn her with fire.
God prophesied that Babylon the Great, that rules over all countries, is going to be burned with fire. If you know any biblical history, ancient Babylon was not overthrown with fire. They infiltrated. Belshazzar, and the Persians overthrew them in a single night. So in the Bible, it was talking about Babylon the Great in Revelation, the great whore is going to be burned with fire. What place on earth is it that rules over all places that God said, you better come out of her ways or you're going to receive the same exact plagues? What place is that? That's America. That's undeniable. That's why your pastors don't go into it, because they trying to get you caught up in the fire that is on its way to Babylon the Great. I'll mute my mic. Go ahead, Nola. Dion.
All praises. ZB with the real. So
I'm curious if Orlando has a Orlando, did you get some edification from that, or do you have a rebuttal, or do you not see it?
Yeah, he did a lot of reading, and I like again certain analogies that he put together based off. I've heard that before, but he didn't say anything that I didn't already know. So, but I'm good. I believe he's entitled. I still believe that the spirit. Let me be clear. I believe that the spirit of Babylon again is not just America. I think it's again, universal. And again, I look at the fact that America is based off of people that came here from other places. So if America is all that, and I agree with nothing he said about the foolishness that's going on in America. I agree with everything you said there. But again, a lot of those people, again, the only natives, the indigenous people is the Indians. So many people brought their sins, brought their ideologies, brought their religions into America. But he could be right. I could be wrong. My biggest plan is I don't want to be here. I'm hoping that God will catch me up and I don't be here. But good discussion. I have no problem with what the man of God said.
Hey, so that's okay.
Hey, other nations did bring that, but their culture doesn't dominate this side of the world. That's the difference.
Say it again, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said other nations did introduce their cultures here, but their cultures do not dominate this side of the world. That's the point. That's why it's called Western civilization. It's westernized. We have Eastern cultures here. Eastern culture doesn't dominate here. Western does. European culture does. That's what dominates here. That's the difference. Even though all nations are here, the ones who took this land over, their culture dominates. They're the dominant race. They're the dominant nation on the earth. They passed the laws. They wrote the Constitution. So it's not everyone's Constitution is one from one particular people.
Hey, and I think go ahead.
Hey, did y'all read what's that? Revelations 18 and 9 and 10. Did y'all read that tonight? I'm just not tuning in.
No, sir.
I'm just kind of interested because he's saying he's thinking it's multiple places. Read Revelations 18 and 9.
Revelation chapter 18, verse 9. And the kings of the earth, who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her, shall bewail her and lament for her, when they shall see the smoke of her burning.
Go ahead, read on.
Standing afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, Alas, alas, that great city Babylon, that mighty city, for in 1 hour is thy judgment come.
Okay, so we see that this is a physical location. So my question to the brother would be, where is this taking place? Where are they going to stand afar, saying, Alas, alas, the great city Babylon has fallen? Where is this location at?
Well, man of God, I'll tell you this. This is, now, what you just said, it's a location, but you can look throughout just not Revelation, but pretty much the New Testament. A lot of it can be interpreted figurative, allegorical, as well as literal. And so it's based off of how you want to interpret. If you want to interpret it literal, then it's a literal place. There's aspects of in maybe I think it's Revelation 11 where it talks about the woman and that was ready to give birth and the dragon trying to kill the baby. I mean that's definitely figurative. So it's according to how you want to interpret. Is it literal? Is it figurative? Is it allegorical? Is it symbolic? And so again, I still don't hear enough proof to say that we're actually talking about America. I still think it's referencing to a spirit. But if you want to interpret this literal, you're welcome to your literal interpretation.
Okay, can we read 2 Peter's, what's that, 1 and 20? If anybody got it, 2 Peter chapter 1, verse 20. And I think this is basically, what happens, and I guess I haven't been tuned in, but typically what happens with a lot of our Christian brothers and sisters, we don't take the Bible literal, and the Bible is extremely literal, and we've kind of developed these habits to where when we get to a place where we feel like it's a gray area, hence meaning we really don't understand what it's talking about, we kind of take this approach on, well, that's not necessarily literal, or that's not talking about that, when really the Bible is very clear, and it's telling you that this is going to take place. But I want to read this real quick just to show that the Bible's not to be interpreted like the world does today. Read that.
2 Peter chapter 1, verse 20. Knowing this first, that no prophecy of the scripture is of any private interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
For the prophecy came not in old time by the will of man, but holy men of God spake as they were moved by the Holy Ghost.
Right. So at the end of the day, like I said, many people want to come and have their own approaches to this. But just know that when it was written in a form that it says what it says. And this came from God. So we could either, deal with the literal text, or, we're going to continue to be in the situation that we're in. That approach right there is why our communities are broken. That approach. Hold on for a second, Orlando.
Okay, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. My apologies.
That approach, when it comes to dealing with the scriptures, that approach is literally why when our people who call themselves Christians or whatnot, say they follow God, when they're faced with things that, okay, this is what the Bible says, but they don't necessarily want to accept it. This is giving everyone the ability to say, you know what? Well, I feel this way, and it's okay for me to feel this way, and it's okay for you to feel this way. When the Lord ain't never been like that. The scripture says what it says. It's as it is written, and that's how we're justified in our sayings, and we know that our sayings are just because it's according to what God said. So I'll go ahead and mute my mic. I'll let the brother Orlando.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to explain why there is such interpretation that figurative does not necessarily mean that you don't know or just using it as some type of scapegoat. But let me give you a scripture. One of the scriptures tells us that it's easier for a camel to pass through an eye of a needle than for a rich man to make it into heaven. If you would take that literally, you were interpreted literally based off of your culture. So most literal interpretations, people are interpreting off their culture. But if you have a multicultural church or a multicultural following, then that's going to be interpreted multiple ways. So therefore, that means we need to go back to the culture in which those that were writing the scripture at that time was referencing to. So as I do, that we cannot use that in our culture, because our culture, sewing needle is something that you make clothes with. But in their culture, the needle's eye or eye of a needle was nothing but a hole in the wall where the camel had to bend down. So therefore, the scripture is interpreted literally, but with a figurative twist, because it cannot be literal in our language, but for those that are in that culture, they take it literal. For us, it's figurative because it's out of our culture. But I also like the fact that when we look at the scripture, the word of God, I heard a lot of argument about this is King James and we shouldn't fool with King James, some pro and some against. But at the end of the day, the Bible was written in a language that is no longer being spoken. It's written in ancient Hebrew, ancient Greek, and written in Chaldee. And so the only manuscripts that we have is 50, probably over 50 to maybe 500 years. I can't remember how old the oldest manuscript is, but actually it all has to be translated. And that's hence the trouble is who are we going to trust? Translation. So that's where it boils down to. So whether you King James or at the end of the day, we're gonna have to trust somebody's translation. Whether King James or go ahead.
Real quick, I want to bring this out because we on here every night and we get so frustrated how black people play stupid. And I'm gonna prove it to you how we black people play stupid and want to say this figuratively, transfiguratively, to believe this interpretation. All of us listen to quote unquote black music. Some of us grew up off of Teddy P. We grew up off of Marvin Gaye. Some of us grew up in the hip hop era. We listened to Wu-Tang. We listened to Jay-Z. All of these rappers and all of these singers, and they all speak in metaphorical ways. And even in our own vernacular, excuse my French, but I'm gonna say it. When a black man walks around and he said, "Hey man, I'm the shit," you know that he's not talking about he's a pile of shit. You know that he's referring to that he's a bad man, that he must have did something that is exceptional for him to refer to himself above everybody. When we read the Bible and it gives you a definite physical characteristics of a place that is on earth, but it describes it in a metaphorical way, you put it off as we don't know if it's really real or if it's not. Can you go to Hosea chapter 12, verse 10? This is one thing. This is how we know God is a black man. This is how we know that the Bible is a true book. This is how we know that in Christian, Eurocentric, European theology, the black man has been taught to not use the senses, the common sense that God gave him in the way that he was raised to help him even understand the book. Read Hosea chapter 12, verse 10, and look how God speaks about literal things that are on the earth, and he puts it in a way that only the wise that apply the commandments of God will be able to understand what he's talking about. Read that.
Hosea chapter 12, verse 10. I have also spoken by the prophets, and I have multiplied visions and used similitudes by the ministry of the prophet.
There you go. God said he spoke by the prophets in similitudes. Moses was a prophet. Jeremiah is a prophet. Isaiah is a prophet. John, the Revelator in the book of Revelation, is a prophet. And God spoke through him in similitudes. And we know what similitudes are. It's another word for metaphors. It's comparing one thing to another to describe what he is talking about. Abiel and the other brothers literally went over scriptures in the Bible explaining this place is Babylon the Great. Look at the similitudes of what God has wrote in the book of Revelations and the place that you live in now. And you will understand it in your mind, but because you didn't learn that in your grandma's Seventh-day Adventist church, your called your
Church of
church.
God.
Church of God. That's what I said. Called your church. I don't know about that. You entitled to your own opinion when you know it's right. Because God said he speaks through the prophets in similitudes. And the whole
Right, but similitudes is just one way in which God speaks. The Bible shows us 20 various ways in which God speaks to man. He speaks literal, figurative, allegorical, similitudes. There is parable, and I can go on by the 20
God
different
just
ways.
summed it up. Hey, brother, for your fancy words, God just said he spoke to him in similitudes and vision.
I'm just an educated brother, just like you are. That's all. And I'm not being smart. See, the difference between you and I can have an educated conversation, come to agreement, and still respect you. And don't get upset. That's because of the spirit that's in me is true. That's the difference. I respect you and love you, man of God, but you don't hear me calling names about where you went to church.
Or Orlando, don't take my passion for disrespect. That's not what that is.
Well, you picked on my church.
Check this out real quick. Nobody's upset, Orlando. I don't want you to
go ahead.
go in that direction. This is the thing. And what ZB Real just brought out is exactly okay. Watch this. Notice nobody looks for any translation or allegory or any type of breakdown when it's for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. Nobody's asked any questions about that. No one says, well, what is the deeper meaning? No one ever questions things of that nature. It's only whenever it's things that it don't sit right with our people at times. And the scripture the brother just pulled out is a perfect example. I'll give you another one. And just like you give me Psalms 111 and 10, just like you just brought up with the music, okay? We are all melanated people in here. Okay, we grew up listening to certain things, and we understand that white folks listening to our music, they don't get everything. And Orlando made a good point earlier when he was saying, like, what he brought up the thing concerning the eye of the needle, and how he brought up, he said, yeah, in Western civilization, which he didn't use those words, but anyways, the way that that's looked at over here, they're thinking it's talking about the literal, like a literal needle that you sew with. And that is, you're absolutely right concerning, what it's talking about. But here, this is where it all breaks down. And it doesn't translate to what we're speaking of concerning Babylon and being able to locate and understand what it's talking about. This is an understanding thing. Just like white folks aren't able to understand our verbiage and the things that we say, especially in our music, it is impossible to understand this Bible if you are not applying God's commandments, even the uncomfortable ones or the ones that you feel as though we don't have to do anymore, which is a misconception. If you don't keep the commandments and faith in his son, you will not understand the Bible. I'm going to show you. Give me that Psalms 111 and 10. Let's read that first.
Psalms 111, verse 10. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. A good understanding have all they that do his commandments.
So, a good understanding have all they that do his commandments. It tells us in Proverbs, the first chapter, when you apply God's laws, he's going to he's going to give you his spirit, and you're going to understand his words. But the rest of the world, this book is a mystery to them because they don't apply the commandments. I'm talking about those amongst our people. They are not applying God's commandments. So when we get to Revelations and Isaiah the 14th chapter, where it's speaking of Babylon the Great, and it's telling you to come out of her, it blatantly says, "Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins." If you don't know who the her is, you're not going to be able to mentally come out of that state that our people are in. Now watch this. Give me, for an example, give me Matthew 13. We see this all over the Bible. I'm just going to give you one example real quick. Matthew 13, read verse 9. Start at 8, and then we just get to verse 9.
Matthew chapter 13, verse 8.
Come on.
But other fell into good ground and brought forth fruit, some 100-fold, some 60-fold, some 30-fold.
So we know Christ just got through basically giving them the parable of the sower, right? Now he goes on to say, verse 9.
Who have ears to hear, let him hear.
That right there lets you know that everybody does not have the ability to understand. We read in Psalms 111 and 10, those that are given that ability. It's explained already in the Bible. You have to be applying God's words to hear. It says, who have ears to hear? Let him hear. Read on.
And the disciples came and said unto him, Why speakest thou unto them in parables? And he answered and said unto them, Because it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given.
It is not given to everyone. It is not given to everyone. The only way you receive it, like we said before, read Psalms 111 and 10, go back to Proverbs, the first chapter. It's all over the Bible how you receive this understanding so that you're able to pinpoint these things. Imagine if the prophets of old, let's just go back to Christ's time. We read about the wise men. We read about Simeon. We read about the sister, what's her name? Anna. We read about these people who were looking for the Messiah. How did they know to look for the Messiah? Because of the understanding that they were giving by applying God's commandments and faith in his son. Versus others who had no idea what was going on. They didn't understand these things because they would not apply. Remember, Christ would heal when he was healing people. What did he tell them? Sin no more. It all falls back on the commandments, but we've been fighting against this for so long. Again, this is why our communities are the way that they are. We've never tried to apply God's laws and faith in his son. That's why this Bible is hidden to us. That's why we're not able to pinpoint who America is. We look to other people to tell us, okay, well, who's Babylon the Great? Who's that great city? Who's that city arrayed in scarlet and purple? Who's that? Who's the whore that sitteth on many waters? We're relying on John Hagee and Joel Osteen and all these other folks that have nothing to do, nor no understanding of this Bible. We rely on them, you know. So, like I said, I hope that helps somewhat. Like I said, I know the brother Orlando.
Yeah, I bless you, man of God. And I don't listen to none of those brothers at all. I just have one question, and that's it. Because and you probably will win me over on this one. I just need this one. Okay, that's going back to the scripture that you read in Revelation. I just want to go back to what you guys already did, and just answer this one word when it says "come out of her." Is that literal, or how is that to come out? Because when you say come out of her, am I to leave the United States and go where? I'm pretty much done. What does it mean by come out of her?
Great question. Let's go to the scripture because it tells you what it says. It tells you what it means. Go to Revelations 18.
Revelation 18, verse 4. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins,
So
and that
hold on. It says, "Come out of her, my people." That what?
that ye be not partakers of her sins.
What? So, brother Orlando, what is it that we have to come out of? It says that ye be not partakers of her sins. What is it talking about?
Okay, well, again, because I'm thinking that you can come out of her by not being a part of her ways, not being a part of homosexuality. I've got a book called Deep Dark Secret where there's so much incest and rape and sexual assault going on in America. That's what I'm dealing with. I'm fighting this spirit that's in America.
Orlando,
and so
we're not saying that nothing different, Orlando. We're not saying that means, again, the point is that ye be not partakers of her sins. It's not, run away from this place or leave this place. That's not what it's talking about.
Okay, I got you.
That next part that it explains it is just like what you just said, that ye be not partakers of her sins. Okay, that's what you're coming out of, is turning away from sin. So, Orlando, we're not too far away from each other, brother.
We're not. We're really not. And I love you, brothers. I have a business I got to run in the morning, but I love you. Thank God for you. Keep on doing what you're doing. Be encouraged. My name is Orlando Short. I'm out of Delaware. I teach a theology school here, National School of Theology. But continue to pray for me, pray for my family. Love you much. Y'all have a blessed night. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Shalom, bro. Tune in again.
Hey, Orlando, before you leave, could you somehow provide us via email, biblicalsmoke@gmail.com? Could you provide us with your contact information that we may be able to reach out to you and possibly, have an opportunity to sit down with you or speak to you in person?
Sure, that'll be awesome. I'll do that right now.
biblicalsmoke@gmail, because I heard you say you teach at a theology school there, so that'd be a great platform for us to be able to possibly have a sit down with you.
Okay, run that by me again so I can get that written down. Say that one more time for me, please.
Yes, sir. It's Biblical Smoke. Biblical Smoke, the name of the room you're in, biblicalsmoke@gmail.com.
Okay, I got you. I will do that right now. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Be blessed. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
And just to back up Abiel, what he was saying, Zechariah 2, verse 6 and 7. It'll back up to what Abiel was saying about come out of her and be not partakers of her sins. And also on that, like we were saying, the book of Revelation talks about that Babylon the Great rules over all nations and people on the earth in some way, shape, or form. Like the influence of America is everywhere. So it ain't talking about come out of here, because if you leave here, you can go to another country and you can find them fighting for LGBTQ rights. So if you leave here, you'll find it there. It's porn in Russia. It's drugs and cocaine in Russia. It's prostitution in damn China. So it ain't talking about just leave out of the place, as Abiel was saying. It's talking about come out of the ways that it practices. Zechariah, read 2, read 6 and 7.
Zechariah chapter 2, verse 6. Ho, ho, come forth and flee from the land of the north, saith the Lord.
Now listen to this. Listen to this. God gives you a description to let you know what he's speaking about in Revelation. Because remember, it said it speaks about similitudes in Hosea. Revelation, he's telling you the place, Babylon the Great, is America. He said, ho, ho, come out of the place of the north. Where are we dwelling at? This literally is. They literally call the continent of America, the United States, North America. Read that part again.
Ho, ho, come forth and flee from the land of the north, saith the Lord. For I have spread you abroad as the four winds of the heaven, saith the Lord.
How was we spread abroad as a people? We were spread across the four winds, meaning the four corners of the earth, through the 1619 slave trade, through the 1492 conquest of America. We were shipped all over the world. Just look up a slave map. Just type in slavery, and look it up on Google, and you'll see those lines that go from the west coast of Africa. They go all over the world, not just to North America, Central America, and South America. We were scattered everywhere. We are everywhere on the earth as a people. Now let's look at verse 7 to see what it calls the land of the north. Read verse 7.
Deliver thyself, O Zion, that dwellest with the daughter of Babylon.
Hold on. It said Zion, the people of Israel, will dwell in the daughter of Babylon. Can you read Ezekiel 16 and 44 real quick for me, Buka? Because any woman on here that has a daughter, she has nieces or aunties, or you got a mother, you do understand that you have ways and characteristics of your mother. Although you are not your mother, you are the daughter of such and such. And God said, Zion, Israel, deliver yourself, your soul. It said, deliver your soul from the daughter of Babylon. Ezekiel 16:44.
Ezekiel 16, verse 44. Behold, everyone that useth proverbs shall use this proverb against thee, saying, as is the mother, so is her daughter.
Read that again.
Behold, everyone that useth proverbs shall use this proverb against thee, saying, as is the mother, so is her daughter.
As is the mother, so is her daughter. God is letting you know that this place that is the land of the north, it is the daughter of Babylon. What was found in Babylon? What was Nebuchadnezzar doing? Let's see something real quick. Daniel chapter 3. Let's see what ancient Babylon was doing that the daughter of Babylon does in a different way, but it's the exact same thing, because as is the mother, so is her daughter. Let's read Daniel chapter 3. I think that's where I want to go. Yep, Daniel chapter 3, and let's read verse 2. Well, let's read 1 and 2. Let's read 1 and 2. We're gonna jump.
Daniel chapter 3, verse 1. Nebuchadnezzar the king made an image of gold, whose height was 80 cubits, and the breadth thereof 6 cubits, and he set it up in the plain of Dura, in the province of Babylon. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king,
Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, ancient Babylon. Let's see what he did. Read on.
Then Nebuchadnezzar the king set together the princes, the governors, the captains, the judges, the treasurers, the counselors, the sheriffs, and all the rulers of the province to come to the dedication of the image which Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up.
So Nebuchadnezzar set up an image. King of Babylon, he set up an image and called everybody to come to it. Can you jump up to verse 4 for sake of time? Look what Nebuchadnezzar, king of ancient Babylon. Let's see
verse
what
4.
He did with. Read that.
Verse 4. Then Herod cried aloud, to you it is commanded, O people, nations, and languages, that at what time ye hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, psaltery, bowsomer, and all kinds of music, ye fall down and...
Stop right there. Now listen to this. It says, when you hear music, Nebuchadnezzar said, this image that you see, when you hear music behind it, what did Nebuchadnezzar want you to do?
Ye fall down and worship the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up.
Stop right there. Now remember, we just literally read in Ezekiel 16 and 44, it said, as is the mother, so is the daughter. What image does Babylon the Great, I'm going to just say America, what image does America, when they play music, you don't fall down and worship, in front of the image because it ain't its mother. Now you have to stand up and acknowledge the image that they have set before you. And they listen to this before, and they command that all people, nations, and language stand and honor the image when you hear the music playing. Anybody on the stage, what is that image that America says everybody must worship this image? I'm gonna give you a hint. Has anybody ever heard of Colin Kaepernick on this stage? Anybody ever heard of Colin Kaepernick?
Yeah.
Yes.
Talking about the national anthem.
Okay. When Colin Kaepernick did not stand when he heard the music and honor the image that they set up, what did they do to him? They blackballed him. They crucified him. He ain't played in the NFL since. Why? Because as is the mother, so is the daughter. God is letting you know that America, the land of the North, is Babylon the Great. It has the same characteristics as ancient Babylon. It just does it in different ways, different images, and at different times to confuse you. And that's why in Revelation, it's called Mystery Babylon the Great. America's in the Bible. You just been looking at the wrong name since you got off the slave ship. Because the white man don't want you to know that you are in the place that is destined to burn, and everybody that has not come out of her ways and delivered their souls, God said, you're going to burn right along with it. Go ahead, Dion. I'll mute my mic.
All right, we got Asia, we got Percival, we got Hugo, we got Lola. All right, so just to refresh the room real quick, is America in the Bible? What's her destiny? Remember the hashtag Biblical Smoke on Twitter. Let us know your thoughts on there. Also, join the club, Biblical Smoke. Next in the queue was Asia, and then we got Percival, Hugo, and then Lola.
I think Percival was first, actually.
Percival?
And then Asia.
Yeah,
Yes,
what up, bro? What up, bro? It's my first day out here.
All right, what's going on with you, Percival?
Yeah, I just got a quick question. I got a comment and a question. So here's my comment. I got a lot of people who still interpret the Bible to say that God saves everyone, or God is going to save everyone, or He wants everybody to be saved. So I just want y'all to do a quick favor for me and turn to a certain scripture and give me y'all interpretation, because I'm told that this scripture supports the idea that God wants everybody to be saved.
All right.
Is that okay?
Yeah, what's the scripture?
Yes, sir. The scripture is Acts 18:6.
All right, Book is going to read.
The book of Acts, chapter 18, and verse 6. And when they opposed themselves and blasphemed, he shook his raiment and said unto them, Your blood be upon your own hands. I am clean. From henceforth I will go unto the Gentiles.
Yeah, so I'm being told by certain Bible preachers or certain Christian teachers that Paul said, you know what, I'm done with the Jews at this point. I'm going to start preaching to non-Jews after this. So when Paul says I'm going to the Gentiles, he's telling the Jews, I'm done with y'all. I'm just going to go to non-Jews and preach to them. I was wondering if you guys can give me your understanding of that scripture, if God doesn't want all groups of people to be saved.
Okay. ZB Real, Wise, Matt, Dion, E.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right, hold on a second. Bathroom. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna give it a shot. You hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
I
Cool.
got
Cool. I'm sorry. I'm in a very difficult place now. Let me get Hosea. Give me real quick Hosea 1, verse 10. We'll try a different approach. I'm in a subway, so if you hear noise, they're part of me. Hosea 1, verse 10, real quick.
The book of Hosea, chapter 1, verse 10. Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, Ye are not my people, there it shall be said unto them, Ye are the sons of the living God.
Right, so that part you want to focus on. There was said unto them, You're not my people. There shall be said unto them, You are the sons of the living God. We're going to see who's talking to. Read verse 11 now. See who's talking to.
Then shall the children of Judah and the children of Israel be gathered together, and appoint themselves one head, and shall come up out of the land, for great shall be the day of Jezreel.
So the context of who he's referring to as, You shall be said unto them, You're not my people, but it eventually will be said to them, You're the sons of the living God, is referring to the children of Judah and the children of Israel. That's what it's referring to, right? So now, get Romans 9.
Romans chapter 9 and verse. Yes, sir.
Yeah, read verse 24.
Romans 9, verse 24. Even us, whom he have called, not of the Jews only, but also of the Gentiles.
So you see, he says not the Jews only, but also the Gentiles, right? So now we're going to see, he said he only called the Jews and Gentiles, right? 24. Now we're going to see what he goes back to regarding the Jews and Gentiles. 25.
As he saith also in Hosea.
Hosea is Hosea. Go ahead.
I will call them my people, which were not my people, and her beloved, which was not beloved.
Who's he referring to in verse 25? Jews and Gentiles, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So go back, read 25 again.
And he saith, as he saith also in OC, I will call them my people, which were not my people, and her beloved, which was not beloved.
Mm-hmm. Next verse.
And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, Ye are not my people, there shall they be called the children of the living God.
Do you remember that verse, brother? Remember that verse?
Yes.
So this verse is referring to Jews and Gentiles, right? So who is it referring to Hosea? Who are they called to Hosea? The children of who and who?
I'm going to assume that's like Judah and Israel.
Correct. So the Jews and Gentiles is who?
Judah and Israel.
Correct. Which is the both houses of which nation of people?
And the nation of Israel.
There you go. So the Gentiles Paul is referring to in Acts is Israelites who were scattered all over the world, and the Jews who were living within the land. That's who he's referring to. The Israelites who were following heathen customs. That's who he's referring to.
Okay, thank you very much, because I was told something else about some Baptist preachers, but thank you.
Yep, all praises.
Okay.
All praises, all praises. So we have next Asia.
Okay. How y'all doing? Do I think that America is in the Bible? I absolutely do. It states it in the book of Revelation, just like the one guy was saying. So, I mean, I'm pretty much in agreement with what I'm hearing, with most of what I'm hearing. So, yeah, absolutely. America's in the Bible, and I do believe that it's definitely going to burn. It's unfortunate that I'm here in this country. I just don't want to be here when it burns.
Well, sis, there's a way to make it up out of here and not burn. You know that, right?
As far as I know, I'm not sure when the rapture is supposed to happen, but I don't know. Maybe that might be around that.
Why ZB met? JR, y'all wanted to show the sister how she can make it up out of here, even though she's in America like everybody else?
I mean, yeah, I can keep it simple. Get Judges 5 and 11. Because the main thing that you want to first get Deuteronomy chapter 10 and verse 12 real quick. Because sis, you know your nationality? Obviously you do. Sounds like you do.
Yeah, I probably don't take this the wrong way. I probably need a breakdown of nationality because I might say Black American or African American or I don't know. You know, some people got different ideas of nationality and mix it up with race and culture. So you might have to break that down.
All right, so in the scriptures, when we're reading the book, when you're reading the Bible is dealing with a particular group of people. From the beginning of the book until the end of the book, it's dealing with the people that God chose. How they went off, how he punished them, and how he is going to redeem them once they come back to their nationality and do what the scriptures has been telling us to do all this time. So if you consider yourself African American or Black, then you would be from the tribe of Judah, just to save you some time. But in knowing this and knowing you're an Israelite, that's the main thing. There's no such thing. There's no room in the kingdom of heaven or a place in the kingdom of heaven for Black or African American, though that is not a nationality. Your nationality is determined by your bloodline, which you can read in the book of Numbers. But after discovering and coming to the understanding of being an Israelite, there's something that God requires from you. You got that for me, Ibuka?
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 10, verse 12. And now, Israel, what doth the Lord thy God require of thee? But to fear the Lord thy God, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul.
So this is your basic foundation for the kingdom of heaven. Read it one more time.
To keep the commandments of the Lord and his statutes, which I command thee this day for thy good.
See that? So that's the main thing. That's the main reason why we ended up in the condition that we're in right now, because we went off from keeping the commandments of God. All right. So in order to be reestablished as one who inherits the kingdom of God, then we need to follow what we didn't follow in the beginning. And during this time, because nobody knows the rapture, we don't know at what point sky's gonna crack and Christ is gonna decide, hey, it's that time. Hey, send forth the angels and destroy America. We don't know the time. But in that time, in the meantime, here's what we should be doing. Get Judges 5 and 11.
The book of Judges, chapter 5, verse 11. They that are delivered from the noise of archers.
That noise of archers is going into the destruction that's going to take place here in America. That's your ICBM missiles that's going to destroy this place. Read on.
In the place of drawing water.
That drawing waters is where we have become slaves, where we are servants. Today we are servants. Come on.
There shall they rehearse the righteous acts of the Lord.
So it's right here in this country where we have been servants for breaking God's commandments, in which we've been brought to this country for, that we should be rehearsing the righteous acts, as we read in Deuteronomy chapter 10 and 12, to keep the commandments of the Lord. Read on.
Even the righteous acts towards the inhabitants of his villages in Israel.
Read on. Just finish it up.
Then shall the people of the Lord go down to the gates.
So this is how we're going to enter into the kingdom of heaven. None of us know the time, but in knowing that we are the children of Israel, the people that God chose, now it's time for us to wake up, keep the commandments, and do what we were supposed to do from the beginning, so that we can be delivered when that time comes. Let me out.
Okay, so what about the New Testament?
I didn't hear your phone breaking up.
I said, am I still breaking up?
Go ahead.
What about the New Testament? That's the, you know what I mean?
What
like I get the commandments, but like, what about the New Testament?
What about it?
I mean, like, okay, the commandments is written in our hearts. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't that, it's like, love God with all your heart, love your neighbor as yourself. Like,
go to Sister Asia, go to Matthew 5 and read 17 and 18, and you'll see that nothing changed from the old to the new covenants. It was one primary reason that Christ was to come, and that was just to do away with the physical animal sacrifice of Moses, the shedding of animals' blood. That was to be done away with. But the things that's written by Moses that we are to follow, Christ didn't come to change any of those things, but modern theology and Christendom would have you think other, because they teach a faith-based belief where there's really no require. It's faith. They say faith without works, right? That the penalty has been paid and all of those things, lacking the understanding of what Christ was saying. So read that for the sister in Matthew 5, and let's read 17 and 18.
Matthew chapter 5, verse 17. Think not that I am come to destroy the...
Go ahead, read it again.
Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill.
So when you read verse 17, you see Christ says he did not come to destroy the law or anything that the prophets of old had wrote, but he came to fulfill. Now, a lot of people will stop right there and they'll make up their own understanding. But when you literally read the very next verse, Christ continues on to expound on he did not come to destroy the law, so you don't get confused that you now have freedom to sin and just keep on asking for forgiveness. What you willingly sin. Read verse 18.
For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law, till all be fulfilled.
So you see verse 18, it tells you that nothing shall pass from the law. If Christ is confirming out of his own mouth that no laws, nothing shall pass away out of that law, that lets you know that as long as you see the heavens, as long as you're standing on the earth, you are to apply the laws that you read in the Old Testament without the animal sacrifice. That's it. Hebrews 10, real quick, Ibuka, and I believe it's verse 4 on down. So when God says you got to keep the Sabbath day holy, which is the seventh day of the week, you can't all of a sudden start going to church on the first day of the week, which is Sunday, and say, I praise God and worship God now on the first day of the week. Christ didn't come to change that. There's a lot of misconception and lack of understanding that's coming out of the Christian church and all denominations, that they've literally got people thinking they worshiping God and Christ on the wrong day of the week, when Christ didn't change the Sabbath day at all. Read that Hebrews 10 real quick, verse 4 on down.
Hebrews 10, verse 4. For it is not possible that the blood of bulls and of goats should take away sins. Wherefore, when he cometh into the world, he saith, Sacrifice and offering thou wouldest not, but a body hast thou prepared me. In burnt offerings and sacrifice for sin thou hast had no pleasure. Then said I, Lo, I come. In the volume of the book it is written of me, to do thy will, O God. Above, when he said, Sacrifice and offering, and burnt offering, and offering for sin, thou wouldest not, neither hast thou pleasure therein, which are offered by the law.
There you go. So you see where it can, how Paul's writing through the book of Hebrews, this is Christ speaking, sacrifice and offering for sin, thou wouldest not. He didn't want that anymore. That's why Christ came, to take away animal sacrifice. That's it. Everything else you have to do. You literally have to dress the way God wants you to dress. You have to eat the way he wants you to eat. You have to worship him when he wants you to worship him. You have to love your neighbor the way that God tells you to love your neighbor. You have to love God the way that he told you he wanted to be loved. Modern day religion has changed all of that through the lack of understanding of the letters of Paul and the willingness to preach a feel-good message to the people to make you comfortable in your sins. Therefore, you never truly repent in God, and you never get the understanding of what is required of you in the last days as the Israelites that you are. That's all it is, sis. I hope you understand that, Age. I try to keep it short and simple. Sacrifice is what's done away, not the laws. Christ said it in Matthew 5, verse 17 and 18.
Can I get one script to land back off you, ZB Real?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me get Revelations chapter 22, verse 14. You don't get no more New Testament than Revelations. Like, Revelations is more New Testament than any book in the Bible. Revelations 22:14. Read that.
Revelation 22, verse 14. Blessed are they that do his commandments.
Blessed are they that do.
Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life, and may enter in through the gates into the city.
So the city is the kingdom of heaven. You not getting through that gate to that into that city without doing the commandments. It says, blessed are they that do the commandments. Not blessed are they that the commandments are written on their heart. All right. These commandments you have to follow. There's an action where you got to do the commandments. That's the only way that you're going to have a right to enter into the city, into the kingdom of heaven. I mean,
Okay, I still got a whole lot of questions, but I'm not gonna hold the group up. So I appreciate y'all, answering them and giving me those scriptures.
Well, look, sis, if you do have more questions, you could just email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com, and somebody will get back to you, and they will have answers for your questions. They may even give you a video to watch, a class, or something that'll go further in depth of any questions that you may have.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
All right, no problem. All right, so carrying on with the conversation, we have Hugo.
Hey, everybody.
How you doing today?
I'm fine, sir. Nice to finally speak. So I've been listening to the conversation for the past 1 hour. It's quite an interesting conversation. From my observation, I think it has more intellectual depth than spiritual connotation. I do not mean to knock anybody or whatever. I respect what everybody has been saying. But I just want to say that, about America being Babylon or not. Before I say that, Ken, Ibuka read Proverbs chapter 29, verse 2. Can he please read that?
The book of Proverbs, chapter 29, verse 2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked beareth rule, the people mourn.
Okay, so I made reference to that part of the scripture because when a man is born, there are 6 main agents of influence or socialization, as academics put it. Number 1 is family. Number 2 is peer group. Number 3 is the school system. Number 4 is the media. Number 5 is the government. And number 6, the most important, is the economic power. Out of these 6 agents I mentioned, the people of God or the believers or we as children of God are not doing what we're supposed to do when it comes to the biblical commandment in Genesis, where God said we should go to the earth and have dominion. have dominion, have influence. For you to have influence on earth, you have to control at least 4 of these agents of influence I mentioned. The most important, or the 2 most important ones, is the government and the economic power. For example, everything you own has to go through the government. If you buy a car, you got to register the car with the government. If you have a kid, you got to register the child with the government. If you die, you got to register your debt with the government. If you buy a house, you got to register. Just to make you understand the power these people have. Now, because we as believers are not really focused, like the lady said, one of the ladies said, I think some of the things we're discussing here are more intellectually based than the spiritual mandate God commanded us to come on earth here to come and fulfill. Because I do not see any reason why somebody like, okay, I'm not going to say I do not see any reason, but you mentioned Lil Nas X winning the best video award. It's because these people, the people who run that industry, people who control that aspect, which is the media, already picked a side, whether we agree or not. From the beginning, the Bible made us understand that there was a war in heaven. That war is not over. It probably ended in heaven, but it's still raging here on earth. And we are an extension of that war. Every single day, whatever we're doing in our daily lives, our daily life reflects some aspects of that war.
So Hugo, I have a question. Is America in the Bible?
I do not know. The point I'm trying to make is this. Whether we think Babylon is literally the current day America or not, even if this America is destroyed, as long as the people of God do not adopt strategic position or begin to adopt a strategy as to how to pursue this war that is an extension of the war in heaven here on earth, there's going to continually be Babylons.
Okay,
even if America as a Babylon is destroyed, there is going to be a rise of another Babylon.
All right, how do the people of God war? How do they fight in this war? How do they do that?
That's why I said we should assume strategic positions in these elements of influence that I mentioned, especially when it has to do with economic power and government. The people who make the policies for us, they already picked a side. We know who their sponsors are. The people who control, I read somewhere where it said about 85% of the media in this country is controlled by about 10 conglomerates or so. Right? So this is where the people of God need to focus on. As long as we keep trying to, and I also want to say that
but
God is not an author of confusion.
Hugo, you didn't answer my question. I'm asking because you're saying that we need to pick strategic positions. I need for you to explain to the people that are listening how we supposed to fight back in this system.
That's what I'm saying. We are focused on this debate right now we're having. I don't want to say it's not necessary, but I think it's not what we're looking at right now.
Okay, so give me the solutions. Tell us the solutions. Since what we're doing,
we should be thinking of how to call back call down the power of old. Back in the day, Elijah called down fire from heaven. Jesus walked on water. People, the dead were raised. The blind's eyes were opened. Why are we not seeing those today? That's the question we should be asking. We should not be debating the scriptures. The scriptures are not meant to be debated. I also want to say that, look,
so
God is not an author of confusion.
Wait. Go to Matthew chapter 24.
Verse 4.
Yes, 4 and 5.
Matthew chapter 24, verse 4. And Jesus answered and said unto them, take heed that no man deceive you.
So Christ already said that people were going to come to try to deceive us. Read on.
For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many.
So in order for them to come and say, I am Christ, they have to be manipulating scripture. They have to be manipulating the minds of the people in a way to make them follow someone that's false. So to combat that, You have to know the truth of the Bible so you can rightly divide it, so that you can combat that stronghold. So debating the Bible, the scriptures do say, debate your cause with your neighbor. So that in and of itself is kind of a false statement, because we have to cast down certain falsities that come out of the Bible from certain people.
Well, I was trying to make a point before I said that. When God, all the people God called in the Bible, right? He does not repeat the same strategy. The way he called Isaiah is different from the way he called Jeremiah. The way he called Peter is different from the way he called Paul. That is how God is. And I believe God is too big to hold the truth in one person. One person cannot hold all the truth. So we should also be open to respecting diverse opinions when it has to do with God. In my walk with God, I've come to know that walking with God is a personal experience. My experience might not be exactly the same. The scripture cannot be broken, no doubt about that. But my experience with God may not necessarily be the same with your own. So that I said that just so we can put aside these debates and focus on our key area of agreement, which is that God is, and He's a rewarder of them that diligently seek Him. Key element that Christ is, that He's the Son of God who came to restore
Which
man's
Christ?
dignity here on earth.
Which Christ?
The same Yehoshua that we know.
Well, the Yehoshua that we know that's in the world right now is a Caucasian man with blonde hair and blue eyes. So
I don't even want to go into that.
Is that the one?
That's going to be topic. I don't want to go. We already know. Everybody knows. I had that conversation with somebody this morning.
Blanket statement. You said a blanket statement. No. You said that God is, and that's all we need to know, and Jesus is, that's all we need to know. But there is false Christ out here and false gods out here. So which one do we follow? Do we follow the God that's in the Bible? Because if we are, then that means we have to go in the Bible to combat the falsities that came out of it in society.
And that's why I said when we focus on those controversies, those things that would create division in the body, we are losing focus. And all of those things were put there by the adversary to continue to distract us from the main goal. The main goal is that we are an extension of the war in heaven, the war that happened in heaven. And we are here to represent God as ambassadors. Whatever we need to do, he said, put on the whole armor of welfare. All of the things, none of them was, he said we should put on our armor of faith, our helmet of, I don't remember that scripture right now, but.
You're talking about Ephesians 6, and in order to put on armor, you have to be in battle.
That's what I'm saying. We're in the battle. That's what I'm telling you right now. We're in the battle, but we are focused on the things that do not matter.
Let me ask you a question. Are all people God's people?
It depends on how you look at it. All people are God's people.
No,
all people are God intends to save all men.
No.
It's God's intention that all men be saved.
So you're saying that all people can be saved?
Well, that's up to us. That's why we are here.
No, that's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. Can all people be saved?
That's yes not or no? For me to answer. I can't answer that because God gave, even God Himself don't even know that because He gave men free will. You can't guarantee.
You see how two people already gave me a straight up answer of yes.
No, it's not a question to be. Even God Himself does not know if all people will be saved because man has free will. He does not know what's in the will of man.
What? You said God don't know if all people will be saved when He's the one that has
free will. He does not know what's in the heart of man.
Go to Luke. This is why we have to make conversations like this, to cast down imaginations like that. You just said God Himself, the creator of all things, the most omnipotent being in the entire cosmos. You just said that He don't know if all people are going to be saved when He's the one that's doing the saving. Read that in Luke. And now we're going to see who's going to get saved and what salvation actually is. Because white people don't need to get saved from nothing. They run this entire world. They don't need salvation. They already in their heaven. Read.
Luke chapter 1, verse 68. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for He hath visited and redeemed His people.
The subject matter is Israel, for He redeemed His people. Read.
And have set up a horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David.
That horn of salvation for us, being the Israel that was spoken about in the previous verse, is Christ. Read.
As he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been...
Because the prophets spoke of Christ from Moses all the way up until John. Read.
Which have been since the world began, that we should be saved from our enemies.
So we, meaning the Israel that was spoken of in verse 68, we should be saved from our enemies. Read on.
And from the hand of all that hate us.
And from the hand of all that hate us. Israel is the one with the enemies. Israel is the one that needs salvation from the hand of all that hate them. Why? Because they are in the lands of the people that hate them. Not everybody. Everybody is not under the subjection of their enemies. We are. The Israelites are. That's what salvation is. Not the Christian mindset of go to the altar, put your hands up and say that I believe I am saved. Come into my heart, created me a clean heart and renew a right spirit within me type of prayer. That ain't it. What the Bible is talking about is being saved from your enemies. And in order to do that, you have to be keeping the commandments. That's why it's a hard thing for our people to digest, because y'all don't want to keep the commandments. Y'all just want to talk that smooth talk, and it's not working no more. That's why a lot of these brothers, they leave in the churches because they don't see the significance of even being there. All y'all doing is talking the same circle that y'all been talking for the same years that y'all been doing it for. And yet you're giving no absolute solutions to any of the problems.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly pulling down powers of old.
No, it's not.
What happened to the powers of old?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
What happened to those days when
the powers of old? You're not calling fire from heaven. You're not raising no dead. You want to know why? Because give me Romans 15:4. You don't need to do that today. Hush, M. You don't need to do that today. You don't. They already did it. This time in this place right now, the only thing you need to do, the only power that you have, is the power to keep the commandments. Read that.
Romans chapter 15, verse 4. For whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning.
They were written for our learning. Why?
That we, through patience and comfort of the scriptures, might have hope.
Because we need to have hope. We need to have comfort. The scriptures is our comfort. What happened when Christ, when the disciples said, hey, should we call down fire from heaven like Elijah? Christ said, no. No. That's not their spirit. That's not the time that they was in to do. They was in to teach repentance, just like we are today. We're here to teach repentance. Ain't no fire from heaven gonna stop nothing if your behind is not doing the right thing.
Okay, can you read 1 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 20, please?
For what?
I just want to, counter what you just said right now.
You want to counter what I just said?
Just right. Yeah, you said we don't need a call down fire from heaven. We don't need power. How do we provide solutions if we cannot demonstrate simple divine wisdom? If we cannot...
Easily, because where you're from, Nigeria?
Yeah.
Okay, are people committing adultery in Nigeria?
Of course.
Why would fire from heaven need to be called if they're still committing adultery?
I have a solution.
Can he just read? I just want him to read.
Answer the question first.
That's 1 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 20.
Answer the question. Why would there be fire needed from heaven if people in your country, in your immediate area, that you can teach and change their mind, why would fire from heaven need to be called if they're still committing adultery?
Because we do not. I'm not saying call down fire. I'm only saying we should be more strategic.
You said that 4 times.
I made reference.
You say call down fire from heaven.
No. I said what happened to those days when we demonstrated the power of God in that manner. What could prove the power of God firsthand. That's why I made reference to it. Listen, I'm not talking about literally calling down fire from heaven.
Listen, you mean like operating in the power of the Holy Spirit?
The power of God that you fail to see is how to stop people in your country from committing adultery.
If I'm in position of influence, especially the media and economic power I'm talking about, Of course, I'll be able to make impact, great impact. I don't have a platform right now because I don't have the economic power. I'm not in government.
You
I don't
see,
have
you
a
see,
media
you
house.
see,
These are
Hugo.
the agents of influence that I'm talking
You
about.
see,
This is
Hugo.
where
Hugo.
believers are supposed to
Hugo.
occupy.
Hugo. You have no faith, bro. Give me Isaiah 30 and 20. You have no faith, bro. You have none.
Well,
That statement that you just said, it proves it. You have no faith. And I'm going to show you why you don't have faith. Read that, Ibuka.
Isaiah chapter 30, verse 20. And though the Lord give you the bread of adversity and the water of affliction, yet shall not thy teacher be removed into a corner any more, but thy eyes shall see thy teachers.
So he said that though we are in the lowest state that we're in, that's the bread of adversity and the water of affliction. He said, you're going to see teachers. You're going to see the people that are going to influence you to do the right thing. Yes, there are influences out here that cause us to do the wrong thing, but there's also influences that tell you to do the right thing. We're not forcing anybody to do anything, just like they're not forcing you to commit
Oh,
adultery.
they are.
They're not forcing you to smoke cigarettes.
They don't gotta
Hold on,
force you,
hold
but
on, hold
they
on,
come into
hold
your
on,
home without
hold
knocking
on,
through your media,
hold on,
through
hold
your
on,
TV.
hold on, hold on, hold on, because the word of God comes through media as well. We have, trust me, read on.
And thine ears shall hear a word behind thee saying, This is the way, walk ye in it.
That's the influence. This is the way, meaning keep the commandments, walk in the commandments, do what God said to do. But your lack of faith won't allow you to do that. You think you need to be in politics, which black people have been talking about that for decades. You think that you need to be economically sound. Oh, they're going to listen to me if I can have money. No, they're not. They ain't going to listen to you if you have money, especially if you're coming out of the word of God telling them, hey, women not supposed to wear pants. You're not supposed to celebrate Christmas. You're not supposed to be committing adultery. You're supposed to be married, not boyfriend and girlfriend. They ain't going to listen to you no matter how much money you have because they hate them to rebuke in the gate. You need to build your faith up because you're trying to go outside of the Bible and the scriptures is telling you what to do. The scriptures is telling you that what the influence is going to be. The influence is going to be those men that stand up for God going out on the street and teaching people this is the way, walk ye in it. Nothing else.
Well, very deep, but I just thought I should just put my point out there. But everybody's here spoken well, though. Like I said, I just do not like debating the scriptures. I love to
You're supposed
learn.
to debate the scriptures, bro.
Oh,
Go ahead,
well,
Wise.
the reason you don't debate the scriptures was the disciples, if you remember, when they could not heal cast out the demon. The reason was because they were already debating scriptures with a group of people. And when it came for manifestation of power, they could not do much. I wanted him to read 1 Corinthians 4:20, where it says the kingdom of God is in demonstration of powers. There's little you can do without actually demonstrating power, whether economic power, spiritual power, or political power. As
I
far as
just
this
asked
earth
you.
is
I
concerned,
just asked you a question about stopping adultery in your country, and you said you don't have the influence.
it's a mental thing, it's a psychological thing. There are ways to craft messages through the media to support my argument if I want them to stop that kind of act. We have people who are creative in that department. That's what the people on the other side, the adversary, is doing. They have people like Lil Nas X projecting him to our children. Right now, they are coming for the children. The same thing they did in. That's why I said whether America is Babylon or whether America is not, it's all about strategy. The same thing when Nebuchadnezzar captured the three Hebrew boys. He said something specific and very significant. He said, "Let the old people go. Give me the children." I learned many years ago that chocolate commercial ad for kids costs more than any other ad. Why? Because if you catch kids when they are young, they are addicted for life.
Okay,
So that's just
here you go.
what. Yeah.
Because I hear what you're saying, but you just said that we lack strategy, right? That's what you said.
Yeah. We got to
Strategy.
be
But
strategic. Jesus was strategic when he was picking his apostles.
Hugo, is that the strategy has been in the scriptures since the scriptures was written. The strategy is what we've been harping on and teaching for the last damn 4 hours. Ibuka, let me get first read what he wanted right here in 2 Corinthians chapter 4 and verse 20, because he's talking about power.
1 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 20. For the kingdom of God is not in word, but in power.
So what did you want out of that?
That's what it says. Not just in words. We've been teaching, like we said, but we should also see how we can come in with demonstration of our
Okay,
power.
I'll show you the demonstration. Now give me Deuteronomy. Give me Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 6. Start at verse 5. Because here's the strategy. The strategy, God gave us the strategy to rule the earth from the beginning. It's us who went outside of the strategy that the Most High God gave us. Now we want to look at politics. Now we want to look at all these other things that the world has given us to visualize, to give us a false identity of what power is. Power is keeping God's commandments and walking in the ways in which He told us to walk in from the jump. Read what you got started at verse 5.
Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 5. Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither you go to possess it.
So God told us, well, we in the land that we're going to go to possess, do what He's commanded us to do. That's going to give us power. That's going to be our ruling, our rod of iron, no matter where we go at. If we do what He says, this is going to be our power. Read on.
Keep therefore and do them.
He said what?
Keep therefore and do them. For this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations.
That is your power. Come on.
Which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people.
That is your power right there. There's no other power outside of keeping God's commandments. You go. No other power. I don't know what you thinking about over there. I'm mute out.
Hey, let me get something real quick. The thing is though, what the brother don't understand is the power is within God's commandments, man. Ibuka, give me Revelation 2, verse 26. Let's see what Christ says about us having you got to have the faith in Christ to receive this power, man. Read verse 26.
Revelation chapter 2, verse 26.
Come on.
And he that overcometh and keepeth my works unto the end, to him will I give power over the nations.
See, here's the thing, though. We want power over the nations, though. The power over the nation is you gonna have power over the nation by you what? You keeping God's commandments. Let's see what the works is, and what we don't want to do. 2 Ezra 7 and 24. Give me that real quick. I think it's verse 24. Let me see. Give me verse 24.
2 Ezra chapter 7, verse 24. But his law have they despised.
See, the laws of God is what we despise, though. That's why our people don't want to do what the scriptures say. We lose faith. We don't have any conscience of what we're doing. Why? Because we do not want to keep God's laws. Come on.
And denied his covenants. In his statutes have they not been faithful, and have not performed his works.
They had not did what?
And have not performed his works.
So the works of God, you got to perform it though, because you lack faith. You trust in this world for us to get any kind of salvation. You trust in this thing, but God said you got to do His works though. You got to have faith in Him for Him to come back. For us to keep the God commandments, you have to come back and do His law, statutes, and commandments. That's the first thing you have to do though. But you have to have faith in doing that. But you don't have faith though. You know what I'm saying? That's just something you gotta grow on.
So
I mute my mic.
So my question is, while we are doing the commandment, how does that influence the government if we are not in government? And if we're not in government, how do we influence the people? Like I said, I don't know if you missed my point. I said there are 6 main agents of influence in the society.
You go.
Four.
He worried about the government. He worried about the government.
I am, because they are the ones who everything about us revolves around the government. And when I'm
No,
talking
it
about
don't.
power, also I'm
No, it
talking about
don't.
the power in
You go.
science.
You
The
go.
world. Hold
You
on,
go.
please. Just give me a minute.
You
Just
go.
give me a minute.
You go. No, we've given you a lot, and you're talking nonsense. You want to go involve
Oh,
yourself in the
that's quite
government.
disrespectful.
You
I'm
go
not talking
ahead.
nonsense.
You go
I'm entitled
ahead.
to my opinion.
You go ahead and you go talk to the government. You do what you do. The scriptures are very plain, and we went through many of them that said keep the commandments. Matter of fact, the one that T-Not just brought out, Christ said he would give us the power, and you're trying to get power from the government. That's no. That's the absolute wrong way. But either you hear it or you don't. So we're gonna move on to Lola. How you doing, Lola?
I'm doing very well. How are you guys doing?
We're doing all right. So what's your opinion of the topic? Been on stage for a minute.
Yeah, I have. Thanks so much for giving me the chance to talk. And it's been super interesting hearing everybody's approach. My two comments were kind of because we've kind of talked about a few different things. So I was going to keep what I have to say kind of concise. It is a little dense, but please follow along. My two conclusions are as follows. Like, number one is, and it's a question really, it's not a conclusion like I'm mandating a point. I'd love to have a discussion with y'all and kind of gain some understanding and perspective, if you don't mind sharing further. I know y'all shared a lot tonight, but the first part was, so is y'all's belief that salvation is based on works and following statutes and commandments, or is there like, and I'm not talking about like Old Testament, I'm talking about New Testament. Is there a kind of like a first step or an intimacy step? I know we use the word, an intimacy step concerning the relationship with God. I know we use the word faith and having faith. And I think that, there might be some misunderstanding concerning how we all use the word faith. Or what certain people mean by the word faith. I know the Bible is actually quite clear concerning what faith without works is, but maybe we can have a conversation about that. And then I guess the second thing I wanted to say concerning, or the second conclusion / thing that was floating around in my mind is concerning the actual question is if America in the Bible and what's her destiny. I can't, here, what did I say about that? I think I said concerning America, I can't pretend to understand the intricacies of revelations. However, I do believe in the Bible and I do believe in science, and I do try to spend some time learning how the two intersect. Because the earth has been around for a long time, I like to think that America is just kind of a small blip of time, and that, like, I do think that dinosaurs were once here. I do think that, like, the flood and Noah, like, I just think there a lot of time has passed concerning the earth and where it's been and where it's going. And I don't know if we're on the beginning half of the earth or the latter half of the earth, but from what science tells us, like, there's supposed to be a lot of more life on earth. So if that's true, and if God, if Revelations is true, like someone mentioned earlier, that nothing is going to pass until all of the prophecies have come to pass. We define that in different ways, but I do understand the like truth of that of that scripture. I find it hard, and I haven't seen enough tangible connections between connecting like New Babylon and Zion's Daughter to America specifically, just concerning the timeline. I do understand that they have similar characteristics. I just wasn't sold in terms of the amount of evidence presented. And so those are like my two conclusions. I know they were long and wordy, but I just quickly wanted to say kind of my thoughts before y'all like jump. Or, I don't know, Nolan, you've unmuted your mic. If I can say the thoughts, or if you wanted to speak now.
Well, I want to get to your first point because you did say a lot, and before I forget the stuff that you said, I want to kind of address the first thing that you brought out, which was Is salvation by works or keeping the commandments? And you said something else about the intimacy or the relationship with God, correct?
Yeah, I can repeat it. I said, so is y'all's belief that salvation is based on works, like the statutes and commandments that you were referring to, or is it in your mind? Is there a first step concerning the relationship with God? Is the first step more like one, the acceptance that Jesus, intimacy, meaning accepting that Jesus died on the cross for your sins, and the tradition, what the traditional church teaches these days? Is there no place for that, or is that a first
Okay,
step? Or
well, I'm going to go to the scriptures. Give me 1 John chapter 2. We're going to deal with that intimacy, that relationship.
Okay.
1 John chapter 2, verse 3. And hereby we do know that we know him, if we keep his commandments.
So that intimacy that comes with knowing God is keeping his commandments. Read on.
He that saith, I know him, and keepeth not his commandments, is a liar, and the truth is not in him.
So people that say, yeah, I know God, I have a relationship with God, but they're not doing the things that God told them to do, the Bible calls them liars. It's not my words, it's not anybody else's words. So that intimacy comes with keeping the commandments. Go to 1 John 5 and 3 as well.
1 John chapter 5, verse 3. For this is the love of God, that we keep his commandments, and his commandments are not grievous.
So loving God goes back to keeping the commandments. Knowing God goes back to keeping the commandments. And the commandments are not hard to do. That's why it says the commandments are not grievous. Now, you said something about salvation. We read what salvation was earlier. Give me that in Luke chapter 1.
Luke chapter 1, verse 68. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for he hath visited and redeemed his people, and have raised up a horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David. As he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been since the world began, that we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us.
So we're supposed to be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us. Now, there's a key part in how that gets done. Go to Revelations 14:12.
Revelation chapter 14, verse 12. Here is the patience of the saints. Here are they that keep the commandments of God and the faith of Jesus.
So we have to keep the commandments of God and the faith of Jesus.
Let me go. Go ahead, bro.
Oh yeah, so it's not faith alone, it's not works alone. It's commandments coupled with the faith in Christ.
That determines your salvation.
That what?
That determines your salvation, or that determines, because I guess that's my question, right? Is it that commandments coupled with the faith in Christ means that you know God or that you love God, or does that mean that you're saved? Because
You're not saved from anything until Christ comes back. So no one's saved from nothing. So the first step to salvation is knowing God, and knowing God means what?
Keeping his commandments. So
okay, and loving God means what?
It also means keeping his commandment. The question I was going to ask you is that when you say that no one's saved until Christ comes back, you're saying that people who die right now or died yesterday, actually, they're not saved, even though they've, I don't know, just like the basic one that says, like, for God so loved the world and no one comes to the Father except that they come through me, or something about like believing in your heart and saying it with your mouth that you are saved. Like, that doesn't count for you.
That's not what that scripture means.
What does it mean then?
Because you gave like 3 different scriptures all at once. So
I
I'm
was
going
just
to deal
referring to
with.
John 3:16.
Yeah, I know I know that, but you also said another one, to confess in your heart. That's another scripture as well. So when
I just
you
meant the group of them.
yeah, when you look at what we just brought out,
The
did I
knowing,
say
the knowing
did,
and the love of God equals
just
keeping
listen,
His
just
commandments?
listen, just listen, just listen. Did I say you have to keep the commandments to know and love God, or did the Bible?
Do you want me to just listen or respond?
I wanted to complete my sentence. Now you can respond to the question that I asked.
Okay. You're reading the Bible. Actually, Ibuka is reading the Bible. So I really don't want this to get contentious. I just want to understand what
It's
you're
not a
really trying to
contentious thing. I'm asking these questions so I can see that you're following along. Did I say that you have to keep the commandments to know and love God, or did the Bible say that?
The Bible said that.
Okay, so when you look at the keys to salvation, what did the Bible say about salvation? What was salvation?
And that's kind of what my question was, because it was unclear to me. What I heard you say was knowing God and loving God means keeping His commandments, but you also said no one's saved.
Okay,
So
so
that's why
let
I
me
was
let me
like,
go back to the scripture, Luke chapter 1, once again.
Ibuka, I think he means you.
The
Yeah,
book
he
of Luke,
knows.
the book of Luke, chapter 1, verse 68. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for he hath visited and redeemed his people,
So the subject matter is Israel being redeemed. Read on.
and have raised up a horn of salvation for us.
That
And
horn of salvation for us, meaning Israel, is Christ. Read.
in the house of his servant David,
Because Christ comes from the lineage of King David. Read.
as he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets,
Because the holy prophets have said and have prophesied of the coming of Christ to save the nation of Israel. Read.
which have been since the world began, that we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us.
So the nation of Israel was prophesied to be saved from their enemies and from the hand of all that hate them. That's
Through the
what
coming of
salvation
Christ.
is.
Yeah, but were they prophesied to be saved from their enemies and from the hands of all that hate them? That was to happen through the coming of Christ. No.
So why did the transatlantic slave trade happen after Christ?
So that's like, before we get to the transatlantic slave trade, the question I just asked you was it through the coming of Christ that was to establish Israel's salvation?
Yes, by taking away the law of sacrifice.
Okay.
But they weren't saved from their enemies, nor from the hand of all that hated them.
Okay, so we're talking, there's 2 different saves here. Then there's salvation, which...
No, they weren't saved from nothing when Christ came. They didn't have to keep the law of sacrifice anymore. It was a step toward their salvation. They went from faith in animal sacrifice to now faith in Christ. So that's why Revelations 14 and 12 said you have to keep the commandments and the faith in Christ.
And then one day you'll achieve salvation, or Jesus brought salvation?
If you keep the commandment, go to Matthew chapter 24.
Hey, moderator, can I say something real quick?
Yes, sir.
All right. I want to ask my sister real quick. What was the reason that Christ came, my sister?
Oh, I thought it was to save people from their sins and like to stop. Well, I know earlier someone said that it was to replace animal sacrifice alone, but I thought it was a bit more than that.
I asked you one question.
I thought I answered you.
What was the reason for Christ to came? What was the reason?
I just answered that, but I guess I'll repeat it. What I said was, I thought that it was to save us from our sins.
Save us? Who us?
Well, the Christians, the people who believe him, the people who are called according to him.
All right, so this is it. What I see you have inside your head. You have inside your head, like when you go into the Christian church and you get in that spirit named glass of lalia, and you get out of it, your pastor tell you you're saved. That's what you have a saved, correct?
Oh, wait, sorry. Let me understand what you said. You said when I go to church and you get the spirit.
You're getting that.
Oh, like the Holy Spirit.
Yeah. And when you get out of it.
Oh, then no. That's not what I think.
You saved.
No, I don't think that. I don't think that. I think that concerning salvation, my belief is that prior to Christ's coming, there were animal sacrifices, and the animal sacrifices required a priest to stand in the way of God and the people. And then also you had to do it every year. And it was, like God didn't like his inability to be close to people. And he didn't like his inability to just, for it to be done once and for all. So he ended up sacrificing. He sent his son to be sacrificed and die one time.
The next question. He's a pastor or something?
I'm sorry?
He's a pastor?
Who?
You.
Oh, no. I just like the Bible.
All right. So listen, this is good. So I asked you a question. What you learn about or know about save? What you think about say what you believe?
Yeah, I was trying to tell you. You cut me off, remember?
No. Listen. When I ask you a question, I want you to just go boom. Save is okay. You're baptized and you get out of it and save. That's what I want.
But I don't believe that's what salvation is.
Whole sentence.
Okay, it sounds like you want to tell me something, but you don't want to listen, and I'm willing to listen to you. So you can just tell me what you want to tell me.
I asked you a question.
And I was trying to answer it, but you don't like the way I answer questions.
No,
you say I talk too much.
Yes, that's it.
I know, and I understand. If you think I talk too much, I can understand.
All right, hold up, stop. I'm not here to argue. I just want to just make one thing for you, because I know where you're going. You understand, for real? I said, when Christ came, what was the mission for Christ? What he came for?
I said he came to save our sins, save us from our sins.
And I asked you, who is those people he came to save from? The whole.
And then I said the Christians.
Who's the Christian?
I said people who he called, and people who believed that he raised from the dead, like people who believe the good news.
Let me see if you really want to learn. Let me see who are the Christian. Give me that book real quick. What a Christian. So let me see if you really want to learn. We're going to show you who was those Christian. You understand? Those buildings, what you see up there with those cross on it and white Jesus inside of it, that's not the church. You understand? That's a man-made, made-up stuff. You know what I'm saying? With names. Read it for me real quick, a book.
The book of Acts, chapter 11, verse 26. And when he had found him, he brought him unto Antioch. And it came to pass that a whole year they assembled themselves with the church and taught much people. And the disciples were called Christians first in Antioch.
So who was those disciples rolling with Christ? Was people of the same race or other nations?
The ones that were rolling with Christ, were they from his same race or were they from other nations?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
The 12 the 12.
Oh, like the 12 tribes of Israel?
No, the 12 apostles.
Oh, okay.
There was who?
You want me to name the apostles?
No. I'll ask you, there was what race of people there was?
Oh, I mean, I have no idea. I mean, I guess they're Israelites, maybe Judaism.
Yes.
I have no idea.
Yes, there was Jews. You understand? Yeah. Okay, all right.
So you're saying all of the apostles, all of the disciples were Jewish? Is that what you're saying?
Not Jewish, Jew. Real Jew.
Okay.
You understand, for real? So now we're going to go to another scripture to show you understand, said the people who was walking with Christ was not people of other nation. Give me that a book where it said in John, I believe Mark 8 verse 31 or John 8 verse 31. Find me that real quick.
The book of John, chapter 8 and verse 31. Then said Jesus to those Jews which believed on him,
You see that? So Jesus was speaking to the Jews who what? Believe on him. You understand, for real? Matthew 15 verse 24. Watch what Christ said out of his own mouth, my sister.
Matthew chapter 15 and verse 24. I am not sent, but he answered and said, I am not sent, but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
You see that? So when Christ was rolling and was speaking to the 12 tribes. He was speaking to this last tribe of the last sheep of the house of Israel. That's who he was speaking to. Give me Matthew 10 verse 5. Read it for her again. What he said to his disciple. What he said to them.
Matthew chapter 10 verse 5. These 12 Jesus sent forth and commended them, saying, go not into the way of the Gentiles.
You see that? He said, do not go not into the way of the Gentile. Where he send him to? Come on.
And into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not.
And he said, do not go where the Samaritan had. Do not enter there. Come on.
But go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
See that, my sister? That's what Christ's mission was all about. Everywhere we go, we speak to who? The people of his race are the people who God sent them to. You understand? That's what Christ was here for. You understand?
Well, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So how do you reconcile that with when he was at the well speaking to the Samaritan woman?
I like that. For real.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Okay, so we're going to go to that woman at the well. Let me see who she was. You know what I'm saying?
Because he just called her the Samaritan woman.
Yes. That's what it is. That's what he said. But listen, this is good. Let me see if she was a Samaritan. We're going to read that book. We're going to read it. Watch this.
The book of John, chapter 4 and verse 9. Then saith the woman of Samaria unto him, how is it that thou, being a Jew, askest drink of me, which am a woman of Samaria?
Yes, that's what you said. That's what you said. It's plain. But listen good. You understand? You have to be a good listener. You understand? Watch this. Read.
For the Jews have no dealings with the Samaritans.
He said the Jews do not have no dealings. Because we just read Matthew 10 verse 5. Where it said, do not go where the Samaritan are. But watch this. Come on.
And Jesus answered and said unto her, if thou knowest the gift of God, and who it is that saith to thee, give me drink, thou wouldest have asked of him, and he would have given thee living water.
And now, so Jesus Christ was using words to her what she or people, you understand, have that mindset about the coming of the Messiah. But hear what he said. Come on.
And the woman saith unto him, Sir, thou hast nothing to draw with, and the well is deep. From whence then hast thou that living water?
He said, from when you have that living water. You understand? She understand it's not literally water Christ was talking about. You understand, for real? She said, from when you have that living water. But hear what Christ said. Come on.
Art thou greater than our father Jacob?
You hear what you said? What you said? Why you know that she wasn't a Samaritan? What you said, sis?
Oh, so she said, "Are you greater than our father?"
Oh,
yeah. No, but you remember, Barnabas. You remember that if you look back in the history of the Samaritan people, they actually did come from Jacob as well. It's just that they had split because they believed they started fraternizing with.
Stop. Why, if they came from Jacob, why they would be Samaritan? What was the reason they called him Samaritan?
Yeah, it's because they settled in the land of Samaria, but two, they started taking in false gods.
Who was in the land of Samaria?
People who also non-Christians, Gentiles.
We're gonna show you. Hold that real quick. We're gonna show you. We're gonna make the sense for you. Give me that book. You know what time it is.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 7, verse 9. And the head of Ephraim is Samaria.
How many tribes?
Was Ephraim one of the tribes?
Oh, Ephraim is one of the tribes. He said head of
and Ephraim. Then was Jacob Ephraim's bad?
That's what I said. You see that? It seemed like you have a lot.
You understand? You're fully blown learned, but you still want to, play with us. You know what I'm saying? But what it is, it said, read it again for her. I want you to.
And the head of Ephraim.
Listen, I can see your style. You understand? He's not a fool around the scripture. Somebody been giving you words. You understand? For real. You see what I'm saying?
What do you mean? Are you saying you're? I don't think you're insulting me.
No. Saying you've been a scholar. We've seen it all the time. You understand? For real. Okay. I'm saying for real. So I'm just trying to tell us that what you learn, what they teach you, they're wrong. We are teaching the right thing right here. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Read again for her.
Isaiah 7, verse 9. Mm-hmm. And the head of Ephraim is Samaria.
So you know that one of the tribe, you understand, of the 12 tribes, one of them is Ephraim, who would be the Puerto Rican today. You understand? Mm-hmm. So it said the head of Ephraim dwell where? In Samaria. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? All right. So now the woman at the well, she said, our father Jacob. Mm-hmm. Jacob do not have no outside kids. He have 12 tribes, 12 patriots. You understand? For real, you have Judah, Benjamin, Levi, Ephraim, Manasseh, Simeon, you understand? Reuben, and so on and so forth. You know that. So why should I said our father Jacob if she wasn't from one of those tribes? No, I just go and make the sense for you. You should have said, oh, I never know that. What you supposed to say? I said, oh, I never know that.
No. Barnabas, listen to me. I do know that Ephraim is a child of Jacob and that Samaria came from Ephraim. I read it a couple of weeks ago, actually. When I was reading that part of the Bible, I was reading like Genesis, Exodus, and all that stuff, and I stumbled into it. But my question is, right?
Do you know that 2 more of the tribe, they call them Gentiles too?
Yeah, and that's my question, right?
What is those tribes?
Oh no, I Barnabas, I don't think I'm as good as you at the Bible. I really don't, and I'm not trying to be. I just have a question.
Hey, hold up, moderator.
Yo.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Cat, Lola, I'm sorry, I mean to interject. You know? Are you aware of who Ephraim is?
Can you mute the mic, man? Mute your mic.
Hey, that's E. That's E, Barnabas. That's E.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. Hey, oh man, Captain Stabo, man. It's this, Lola. I'm sorry, Lola. You hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
This Mike's Stabo. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
All right, real quick. When she said our father Jacob, you know what she's saying? Just so I'm clear.
Yeah, I do know what she's saying. She's saying that they both descended from Jacob as an ancestor. Right. But my question is, right, and I do understand that Israel is like the special one out of, and I believe it's, out of everybody. And I believe like he's the one that came out of like, there's a certain line through Jacob that like that it's like golden, and Israel is the chosen one. And then the other ones aren't. And I even remember that Jacob like cursed the people. I think he cursed Ephraim, whatever. I can't remember.
No. He never cursed Ephraim. No.
He was saying he didn't curse him like by the sense like, oh, I cursed you, but he was like, you guys are like mean. He was not nice to them when he was giving right before he died, when he was like,
no. Sis, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I'm talking about the blessing. He didn't curse Ephraim. He blessed Ephraim above Manasseh, who was older. He just blessed him.
Yeah, like his daddy.
He didn't curse him. He blessed him. Right. He didn't curse him. He blessed him. I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna cut you off.
I do. We agree. I just kind of, I guess, like what my concern is, and like what my question was, is that the people, like, so for her to say, like, because we were talking about the Samaritan woman and how, Christians were told not to go near Samaria. And the Samaritan woman responded to Jesus at the well by saying, okay, are you better than our granddaddy or our ancestor? Yeah, Jacob, who built this well. And so like when she was saying that, she was trying to like establish a sense of commonality, and that, like the Samaritans weren't as bad as the Jews were treating them. However, I was wondering, like, if we're staying in this like mentality that like Christians are only like Israelites, and they're not Gentiles, and they're not people that are outside of Israel, and they're only those Israelites that were called to follow Christ, and that Jesus told the disciples only to talk to. Is that the right understanding of the whole situation? Am I getting that right?
Well, the situation that you're kind of reading a little bit too deep into it. The situation is going off of a history that a lot of Christians don't really deal with. Are you familiar with King Solomon?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with what happened with the 12 tribes of Israel after King Solomon was gone?
After his son took over?
Right. When his son took over, what happened? Do you recall what happened when his son took over?
Yeah, his son was like a nonsense ruler, and he
was an idiot. Right. So what happened because of him? What happened because of him?
I thought that the tribes were dispersed among the nations.
They were split into two kingdoms. They split in two.
Oh, okay. And that's when they did Judah and Israel?
Right. Or Judah and Ephraim. Okay. Or Judah and Ephraim. So that's why, going back to what Captain Barbas is saying to you earlier, he was saying to you about Samaria. The northern kingdom, their capital was Samaria. That was their capital. And Judah's capital was Judea, right?
Yeah.
So when you read about Ephraim or Samaria, that's referring to the northern kingdom. They split into two kingdoms. Give me Ezekiel real quick, sis. So Ezekiel 37, because understanding that the Bible, when you examine the Bible, right, the Old New Testament, it's simply a furthering of the old. So, for example, when the 12 tribes split, do you recall a time when they came back together again? Do you recall a time in the Bible when they came back together ever?
When the two people split?
You're pretty well versed. I'll give you. So when it comes to the 12 tribes and they split, right?
I thought they were supposed to come back together like
right. Do you recall a time when they actually did in the Bible?
Was that when they started getting on their kings?
No, they didn't. They did not come back together. They split.
Yeah, right. I don't know that they ever came back.
Right, exactly. So when you examine the Bible, sis, the Bible is a historical book regarding a historical, like you said earlier, a chosen people and their condition from beginning to end. So when you examine the Bible, when you examine Israel into various captivities, but when they split into two, both kingdoms, we did real fast. I don't want to talk too much. Give me Ezekiel real fast first, and then I'll go back to that.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 37, and verse 21. And say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I will take the children of Israel from among the heathen, whither they be gone, and will gather them on every side, and bring them into their own land.
So all Israel scattered abroad. Watch this.
And I will make them one nation in the land upon the mountains of Israel. And one king shall be king to them all, and they shall be no more two nations, neither shall they be divided into two kingdoms any more at all.
So that should kind of help you with the Samaritan woman. She said Jews have no dealings with Samaritans. Why? We don't know dealings because remember the split. There was a beef between the southern kingdom or nation of Israel, which would be the southern, the 3, and the northern would be the 9 or 10. If you include Dan, 9. So she said from that time frame of Rehoboam, Solomon's son, they didn't deal with each other. They had beef. It was a beef. It was like a family rivalry. So she said, why are you of Judah, Christ, me a Samaritan of Ephraim? Why are you talking to me? We don't talk. We don't deal with each other. Then she said, are you greater? Then she said, is greater than our father Jacob? Because she's going back to the history of when both of them are of descendants of Jacob, but they have no dealing with each other going back to that beef with Rehoboam. You understand? So one of the biggest mysteries of the Bible, sis, is that when you read about when Paul was traveling and teaching and scattered all over the world, he was dealing with a certain people, which is his own people, who were scattered. Give me John 11:49. John 11 from 49 to 52. I'm going to show you when Paul went out. No, don't go there. Go to Hosea 1. Now, read earlier in Ezekiel, it says that they shall have one shepherd. Who's that shepherd, sis?
Jesus, right?
Right, correct. And it says they shall be no more two nations anymore. Why?
Yeah.
Because of that split, right? But they shall be gathered together in one, right? And they shall be no more two kingdoms or two nations, like Ephraim and Judah, or Jew and Samaritan, or Jew and Gentile. It's the same thing. So give me Hosea 1. Watch this. Hosea 1. Let's see if this sounds familiar to you. Hosea 1, verse 10 and 11.
The book of Hosea, chapter 1, verse 10. Yet Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, Ye are not my people, there it shall be said unto them, Ye are the sons of the living God.
Right. So it's going to come a time where the children of Israel are going to lose their identity, because right now the children of God, the children of Israel, do not know that they are the living children of God. They think that they're Gentiles, that they're Christian, that they're Baptists, so they're lost. So he's saying there's going to come a time where we're saying to them, you're Gentiles, you're niggas, you're nothing. It'll be said to them, no, you are the children of the living God. Now watch the next verse. It's going to say, we'll see who's referring to. Next.
Then shall the children of Judah and the children of Israel be gathered together, and appoint themselves one head,
one shepherd, same thing. Go ahead.
And they shall come up out of the land, for great shall be the day of Jezreel.
Right. So see that? They shall be gathered together and appoint themselves one head. Going back to that shepherd, right?
Mm-hmm.
You follow?
That makes sense.
Now, so the context, right? So the context right now is who will be gathered together and appoint themselves one head? The children of who? You remember?
Yeah, the children of Judah and of Israel.
Right. Judah meaning the 3 tribes, and Israel meaning the other 9, all 12, right? They'll be gathered together as one. Right? Now, give me Romans 9, verse 24. Watch. Let's see what Paul says regarding Jews and Gentiles. Because your concern is Gentiles. Watch this.
My
Romans
concern
9.
is Gentiles, because I grew up thinking
I know, of course. So listen, I was once one too. But watch this. Let's see the Gentiles are who Paul refers. We're going to see who Paul refers to as Gentiles in Romans 9, because Paul wrote Romans. Read that, Romans 9.
Romans chapter 9, verse 24. Even us, whom he hath called, not of the Jews only, but also of the Gentiles.
So you read that, it says, see, not of the he hath called us, not the Jews only, like himself, but also the Gentiles. So you read that and go, oh, see, he called the Jews and everybody. That's not Jews, right?
Yeah.
So it's a question being asked. Not only have he called Jews only, but also Gentiles. But now we're going to read the scripture that he brings out to substantiate him calling the Jews and Gentiles. Watch this.
As he saith also in OC.
Hold on. OC is Hosea. So he's going to quote a scripture regarding the calling of the Jews and Gentiles together. You listening?
Yeah.
So he's going to use the book of Hosea to establish the calling of both Jews and Gentiles. We're going to see who the Jews and Gentiles are in verse 24. Watch this. Read on.
As he saith also in Hosea, I will call them my people, which were not my people, and her beloved, which was not beloved. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, Ye are not my people, there shall they be called the children of the living God.
So now, the Jews and Gentiles, who is he quoting regarding the Jews and Gentiles? What's he quoting from?
Hosea, right? Is that what you said?
Right, Hosea regarding which 2 houses?
The Jews and the Israel and Judea.
Right. So the Jews in Romans 24 is the children of Judah, and the Gentiles in Hosea is referring to who?
The children of Israel.
Right. All 12 what?
All 12 of Jacob's tribes.
Right. So the Israelites are referred to as Jews, and what else?
Israelites are referred to Jews, and I think they're referred to as Israelites, and low-key Gentiles.
Right. There you go. So now.
Okay, so you're saying when they're referring to Gentiles, they're literally referring to the top, like the 9 of 12, and then when they're referring to Jews, they're referring to the 3 of 12.
And remnants of the 3, and remnants of all 12 are Gentiles now, because their identity has been lost through assimilation, through the diaspora being scattered abroad. Israel is all over the place now.
Yeah,
you understand? So that's why they refer to as during Paul's time, the Jews were still in their land. Okay, and then when Christ died, Jerusalem was sacked by Rome in 70 AD, and they were chased out of Jerusalem. Because Israel's in Africa. Israel's in Africa. So when the Romans came into Jerusalem, millions of us fled further into the interiors of Africa and resided there as refugees. Areas of West Africa, we established Jewish kingdoms. Ghana, Benin, In South Africa, Uganda, Burundi. We were all over Africa, and some of us fled to the east, going into the near, like Iran, India, Iraq, Hawaii, all them other places. So Israel is still to this day scattered in these areas. So when our people, the majority of us, when we fled into, also in the Americas, also when we fled into the interiors of Africa. We fled into where there's mostly water, near the Nile rivers, Niger rivers, and so forth, in the West Coast. And what trade took place regarding our scattering in the West Coast?
Of course, the slave trade.
Right. So now, watch this. Give me John 11:49. Watch this. John 11:49 to 52. Watch this. Regarding Jews, going back to your point again, regarding Jews and Gentiles. I think you got it so far, but watch this. Read that.
Yeah.
John chapter 11, verse 49. And one of them, named Caiaphas, being the high priest that same year, said unto them, Ye know nothing at all, nor consider that it is expedient for us that one man should die for the people,
This is Caiaphas, the high priest. He's prophesying. He's saying that it's prophesied according to the Bible that one man should die for the people, right? So he's going to elaborate on who those people are. One man, who's Christ, we all know that, should die for the people. Not all people, the people he's referring to. Watch this.
And that the whole nation perish not.
The whole nation, that the whole nation perish not. What nation is that? He's referring to the Jews. But watch this, read on.
And this spake he, not of himself, but being high priest that year, he prophesied that Jesus should die for that nation.
Hold on, that Jesus should die for that nation. Go ahead.
And not for that nation only.
Not for Jews only. Go ahead.
But that also he should gather together in one the children of God that were scattered abroad.
What he said, he should gather together in one. Going back to that prophecy in Hosea, Judah and Israel gathered together. Going back to Ezekiel, they shall be no more two nations or kingdoms anymore. Right. So that's who. So even the high priest who was against the Messiah, he spoke indirectly in spirit, saying, "Hey, it's expedient that a man is adopted a nation and gather the Jews together, Jews and
Gentiles,
the children of God scattered." Right. Gentiles going back to us being scattered abroad. So you may ask yourself, well, if the Gentiles are not other people, you may have a follow-up question as to what will happen to the other people. Is that be a follow-up question?
No, I'm sure the other people are doing fine. My question actually is My question actually is like, where is the biblical basis for, like, because I do hear a lot that, like, you know, like Black Africans and Black people and all that stuff, that we are the true Jews and we are scattered. And I wondered where that biblical basis came from, because I know, like, when they came into when the Romans came into Africa, they just burned things and attacked things and erased knowledge. So I've always found it very, like, hard to track kind of where that line of thinking came from.
Africa is a very, very large continent. You can't go in Africa and burn nothing. Africa, you could fit 4 Americas in Africa.
That's true.
That's why Israel fled there. Because it's too large. Rome can cover all of Africa and find all the Jews there and burn everything.
Of course, yeah.
So what you'll find, give me Deuteronomy 28. Deuteronomy 28, because Moses spoke to his people, and when he took Israel out of captivity, out of Egypt, out of captivity, out of slavery, they were given laws and commandments. And behind those laws and commandments came conditions. Like when you get a job, there's certain rules and regulations, and behind breaking those rules and regulations, there's consequences. So we're gonna read the consequences of breaking that covenant that Israel broke, which led up to what I mentioned earlier about the siege of Jerusalem. When Rome came and sacked Jerusalem in 70 AD, that was prophesied by Moses. That's why Christ.
Oh, really?
Right. That's why Christ said.
Was it when they were eating the bread poorly?
No. That's after. That's now. But referring to the time when Rome came and besieged Jerusalem in 70 AD, they starved the Jews out, knocked the walls down, burned the temple, burned the second temple, and Israel was scattered abroad, and Jerusalem was forever destroyed as a kingdom and never returned as a kingdom again, and remained pretty much subject to Rome. But before Rome was eventually overthrown as well. But I want to get Deuteronomy 28. Watch this. 28 verse 46.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 46. And they shall be upon thee for a sign, and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever.
The they, Lola, is the curses. So what you'll find regarding the children of Israel is curses, as in generational curses. They'll be upon your seed forever. So the curses that were promised as a consequence of breaking God. Well, matter of fact, read verse 15.
Yeah, can we hear the curses?
Yes, we're reading one, but read verse 15 first.
Verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
Right, so these are curses. All right, that's the introduction to the curses. Now jump to verse 32. I'm gonna go real fast. I forgot people are waiting. I'm bugging. Read verse 32.
Verse 32. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people, and thy eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all the day long, and there shall be no might in thy hand.
So he says, your sons and daughters shall be given unto another people, right? So how, given to them how? Give verse 41, because he elaborates. 41.
Verse 41. Thou shalt beget sons and daughters, but thou shalt not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity.
Wow. So your children will be taken from you and given to somebody else or sold off to somebody else. You follow that?
Yeah, for sure.
That's an auction. Now jump to 37. Read that.
37. And thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations, whither the Lord shall lead thee.
Astonishment means a wonder, like a wow, the condition. A byword is a name called outside your own, your last name. Jackson, John, Jenkins, Vasquez, Hernandez, that's a byword. Those are by names. Names called outside your own. Yoruba, Nigerian, Sierra Leone, Mali, African American, Haitian. These are all bywords. These are not biblical terms. Names. African American, byword. Read 68 now. Watch this.
Verse 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships.
So you're going to go into Egypt again. Now, when Israel was in Egypt the first time, they served there as what?
Slaves.
Right. So he said you're going to go into Egypt, meaning slavery or captivity again. Because Israel, remember, they was in Egypt. They were all 12 were in Egypt as slaves.
Yeah.
He's saying that but in this instance, all 12 did not go to Egypt. So it was another kind of Egypt. He's saying he's referring to bondage. Read again.
And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships.
With ships, because Egypt is a walk away. From Jerusalem to Egypt, you can walk there. So this Egypt is by ships. So it's a different kind. This is Egypt, this is captivity. You'll be taken to this Egypt by way of ships. Watch this.
By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again.
You shall see your homeland no more again. Go ahead. As a nation.
And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies. For bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you.
So there, by way of those ships, you shall be sold unto your enemies as slave men and slave women. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, for sure.
What does it sound like?
America, that's terrifying.
But what's referring to though? How us arriving here? How we arrived here?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like how
there you go.
We arrived on ships.
Right, that's right, exactly. And the natives, and even the Native Americans that were here, they were also shipped off at the Shinnecock, the Muskegee.
What does it mean when it says no man shall buy you?
No man, because during this time, whenever a person, like among our people, if one went poor, he would put himself into servitude. For example, he would put himself into servitude and be bought out of it. Like for example, let's say you go into debt and you can't afford whatever. You would put yourself as a servant and work a certain amount of time and then get your land back. And I would redeem you out of that condition by paying your debt off for you and get you out of it. He's saying in this particular slavery, No man will save you. No Nat Turner, no Denmark Vesey, no
Yeah.
Jean-Jacques Dessalines, no Toussaint Louverture,
Hmm.
no Gabriel Plaza, no Geronimo. You're going to be slaves. No one will get you out of it. No Malcolm X. You're going to be in slavery and stay there. Only the Lord can get you out of that. The Messiah will get you out of that slavery. No man will redeem you or save you, is what he's saying.
Wow.
From that condition. That's what he's saying. Wherever you are, scattered abroad. That's what he's saying. You understand?
Yeah, I do.
So when Moses is talking to his people being scattered abroad in slave ships, who's he talking to? Talking to us, right?
Yeah, for sure.
There you go. So hope I answered your question. We got people waiting. I'm sorry.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You
Yep.
actually answered both of them.
Oh, excellent. All right. All praises.
Yeah.
Well, all praises, all praises. Well,
Hey,
look, people.
hey, E. The box is open for you, man. I'm just telling you straight. I'm saying.
It's all right. It's all right, Barnabas. It's okay.
Yeah, so very, very edifying night today. That will conclude Biblical Smoke for the day. We definitely will get on tomorrow. We definitely appreciate everybody who participated tonight. Remember, the topic of discussion was, is America in the Bible? It most definitely is. What's the destiny? The destiny is flames of nuclear fire. All right. So, in order to escape that, we have to get to keep the commandments. You was gonna say something, Lola?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, do you think it's so crazy. I just started reading this book called The Fire Next Time by James Baldwin. Do you think that's what he's referring to?
I actually haven't read that book. I've heard of it, but I haven't.
James Baldwin was a different kind of.
Oh, okay.
That dude's stupid.
Oh my God.
You funny. Carlisle, you funny.
Hey, well, remember Martin Luther King said he felt like he's integrated his people into a burning house. So he may have been onto something. A lot of philosophers and writers made reference to America being on flames and so forth, or being a falling empire. If you don't watch the news or see what's going on now, it's clearly evident that America is in what I refer to all the time as in the age of decadence. Where it's falling apart. It's pretty much grasping at strings. You see your president; he's senile, he's rambling around. Your president is the sign of your empire. So whatever condition he's in is the condition the world is in, the condition his land is in. So that's not good. Not good. So if you don't believe in the Bible, you better believe in your president's senility and the other nations arming up with nuclear weapons. China teaming up with the Taliban. Russia teaming up with China, Korea, Iran. These guys are all making a league against America. They're even removing anything American or westernized in China. They're starting to ban it. That LGBTQ included, effeminacy is being removed because America is being now seen as a weak nation. What's his name? Biden gave the Taliban freaking a whole arsenal of money. So America is being seen now as a prey. So if you don't believe in the Bible, you better believe in World War III, because World War III is imminent, it's inevitable, and America itself has something called a doomsday clock, where they even have it clocked that America is on borrowed time. So you can disregard the Bible if you want to, but the way things are looking right now, these hurricanes, these floods, these storms, there's diseases going on, people dropping dead left and right. If you don't believe in the Bible, you better start. All right, get my mic.
All right, all praise to the Most High. Well, we definitely enjoy everybody's participation tonight. Remember, join the Club Biblical Smoke on Clubhouse. Also, hashtag Biblical Smoke on Twitter, and also follow the Twitter account, Biblical Smoke. All right, let us know your thoughts, how you thought tonight went, and we will be here tomorrow if it be the Lord's will. All right. Anybody else on stage? Wise, ZB, Barnabas. Y'all have any last words for the people? E, T, Not, Joel, Carlisle. Carlisle done came up. You gonna say something?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's on you.
America's in the Bible. America is Babylon the Great. America is falling apart. America runs the world. She dominates all her. If she doesn't run the world politically, she runs the world strategically. She runs the world through fashion, media. Her influence is all over the world. That's why the Eastern nations are trying to remove that influence from their lands. And influence is power. So America's power is everywhere. It's as her embassies are damn near everywhere. She sits in all the waters, meaning she's all over the place. So if you don't believe America is Babylon, it's because, in all honesty, you don't want her to be Babylon because you know the Bible prophesies of Babylon's downfall, and you're hoping that America does not fit that bill. And I'm sorry to tell you, it does. America is an extension of Rome, that fourth beast in Daniel, and America is reserved for nuclear fire. That's what nuclear bombs are made for. Albert Einstein and William Oppenheimer were not born for no reason. They were born to make the very nukes that are going to burn the world you love. All right? That's all I have to say.
Alrighty then. I ain't got nothing. He said it all. All praises.
So can us by following commandments be is it possible, do you think that the whole not black but like all of the, like when we all come back together, do you think that like does it end with us making it out, or does
Yeah.
it end with okay?
Yeah, that's what you want to do. That's why Nola was emphasizing to you earlier about keeping the commandments, because the only way to get out of here is by keeping the commandments. There's no other way. There's no bomb shelter to run to. There's no other, like the Fuji said, you can't run, you can't hide. Bombs are gonna find you and kill you, but not softly, but they're gonna kill you. So that's why you got to keep the commandments of God, because our people have always received a savior. There was saviors all throughout the Bible. Moses was the first one, and the Messiah will be the last one. And once he rules, once he takes us out of here, is our time to rule. I know our people are accustomed to hearing that. It sounds like a fairy tale. It sounds surreal. A bunch of black folks ruling the world and giving orders to people. It sounds like a fairy tale, and that's how Christianity makes it, but it's not. It's a reality. You know, once one empire falls, another one comes in its place, and it will not be China. So when the nuclear bombs come, have you ever heard of the history of the fiery furnace with Daniel, the three holy children being thrown in the fiery furnace?
Mm-hmm.
What happened to them in the fire? What happened to them?
An angel appeared, and then they all came out, and they didn't burn.
There you go. And that's what the Messiah is going to do when his angel shows. It's the exact same thing. It's all parallel.
Oh my goodness.
Keeping the commandments, though. Keeping the commandments. So you again, just come back on the Lord's will says, I don't keep you brothers all night because I work. You know, this
me
is
too. I shouldn't be here.
This is my daytime, so I don't keep everybody up all night. But again, sis, if you want to learn more, Nola will announce. You know what you can do to learn more. I mute my mic.
Yes, sir. If you want to learn more, you can email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com, and somebody will definitely get back to you with answers to your questions. Joel, you unmuted. You want to say?
No, just go on the point that Ian was making reference to. If you look at all these movies, the Bible's in tune with even Hollywood. Hollywood knows what's going on. If you look at the movies that's coming out, majority of your movies and your television station shows are apocalyptic. All has to do with nuclear fallout. Even if you see the show 100, it's all based upon a Bible and escape of the 12 tribes of Israel, escaping the destruction of America. So just really look around spiritually and look at it biblically and look at it around your surroundings. Everything's pointed to the end of times. So keep your eyes open.
Most definitely. Most definitely. All right, y'all. That will conclude Biblical Smoke for tonight. Lord's will, tune in tomorrow at around 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern. All right. And we will have, Lord's will, another great topic for our people. All right. So we wish everybody a good night. And with that, we are going to give the Thanos snap.